Ryan, can you hear me? Ryan?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Right.
Just making
Sorry.
sure.
Yeah, I tried to call him via the phone number. I'm on my way, but I'm going to be on the phone while I drive down there. Amy just got home.
Well, Liz, we
Okay.
have some guests speaking tonight, doing some presentations. And
We have Josh. I was just going to test, make sure he can hear. Josh, can you hear now? I'll test Max. Max, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, I can. Sorry, I was
I can
on
hear
that
you.
chat screen still. Yep.
All right. Nope. Thanks. Okay.
can he hear us? Can
Yes. He can hear you.
we see him?
Not at this point, but I will get there.
Or should we wait, or can we go ahead?
No, I think we can go ahead. I
All
think
right,
it's
we'll go ahead. All right, well, welcome everybody. All of our council members are here present. We have a quorum. Josh Paulson is here by Zoom, so we have not only a quorum, we have all of our members here. On that note, we'll go ahead with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then after that, we'll ask a member of the council, a member of the audience, or staff who would like to offer a prayer for this evening or a thought for the day.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Who would like to offer a prayer for this evening? Raise your hand. You're welcome to do so. Okay, Brent, Councilman.
Dear Heavenly Father, it is with much gratitude we bow our heads before Thee, grateful for this beautiful city. We're grateful, Father in heaven, for the peaceful surroundings which we live in. We're grateful for the democratic opportunity way of ruling. We're grateful, Father in heaven, to have the items on the agenda before us tonight. We pray for guidance and direction and wisdom as we make decisions this evening. We pray for those people in the community who are struggling with many problems. May Thy Spirit bless and attend to them. And we pray for Thy Spirit to attend to us. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Very nice. Okay. On that note, Ryan, this was on my phone. For some reason, it's still stuck up there. I don't know how to clear it. And I couldn't get past that. At some point, we'll need to put up display some maps and other things. All right, let's go ahead. First item on the agenda is staff reports. We will hear from a Public Works Director, Administrative Services Director, and City Manager tonight. Rob is here. Rob, you want to give us your report?
Hello, Council. Back to the podium. Actually, kind of different. Flash, nice. So spring's arriving, and so we're gearing up to have a very, very busy summer. We're looking to have probably a record-setting year when it comes to the amount of projects that we'll see occurring within Providence. Between all the developments, the developers are coming in hot and heavy, and we'll be doing all our regular O&M type maintenance projects alongside working with the developments. And then we've got a very vigorous road project orchestrated plan that we're working on with Sunrise Engineering right now to try to fine tune that that roadway plan. We've got fiber optic coming, obviously, along with our culinary reservoir. So yeah, all those together, and we're going to be a very busy bunch, and you're going to see lots of road construction in all different parts throughout the city. So with all those different projects, I'm sure there's potentially questions related to at least one. I'm happy to field them.
When will the reservoir start construction?
They started the access road, which we managed to get an easement from Dan Hogan, whose property is adjacent to the property that we purchased to build the tank. And so we've got a new easement as of this week, actually, to access and construct the tank via the North Bank / Sherwood Drive, Nottingham, as opposed to going off Canyon Road and up behind Roger Galley's house. So it's begun actually as of about a week ago.
Rob, on the projects, the road projects, bring us up to speed. Where are you starting, and what's your major roads you're looking at? Are we doing the one east of the school?
We are, that is on the list. We've got a little bit of engineering that needs to take place with that particular block. We ran into a couple of headaches that we'd like to try to iron out as best as we can, rather than just replace what is there, which is kind of the case with most of the road projects we're looking at doing. Is we're going to more or less look at it as a maintenance option as opposed to a reconstruction option, since we've got such bad roads. There are so many multiple bad roads that we're just not catching up as fast as we'd like to on some of the roads that are in subpar condition, that preventative type measures are just inadequate and not well spent when it comes to doing many chip seals type measures on those types of roads. And so those roads, we've got quite a list of them, and I'll just ramble them off. So it's first south from,
Hey, Rob, I can throw a map up.
so first south between second east and second west, second south from second west to first east, third south from first east to second west, first east from Center Street to first north, and what else am I missing? Spring Creek Parkway, which you don't really see on, they're not Parkway, Spring Creek Road, which is between Canyon Road and Third South. That was more of a leveling course that we're going to try to accomplish, as opposed to a complete roadway rebuild, which I hate to use that term since we're not doing some of the things we typically like to try to address on a.
So we're milling off all of the asphalt, removing the asphalt, and
Yeah,
we go back and patch the road base,
a mill and mill, which gives you a
pack it down,
smoother surface.
compact it, and then go back and put a fresh 3 inches of asphalt, 3 or 4 inches.
Correct.
Did you mention 100 west? There's 6 blocks.
First west and first north and fifth south. It's a lot of asphalt, not 20 blocks all in all. When you look at it like that, we'll have a lot of road construction. So we've got a bad water main on second south, first east and second west. We're gonna try to quickly engineer and whip up something to put underneath that roadway before we put the asphalt down. There's also old galvanized water services on random lots in 3 of those other roadway stretches, which we're also going to try to clear those galvanized pipes out before we put the new oil down. So we are going to address some of the issues underground before we put the new asphalt down. So services on Third South, First South, and First West.
So you better take your vacation early, because you're not gonna get it done.
All right, I'll good plan.
Any other questions for Rob? Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Sorry.
We've done our moving around for a minute, and so we've reorganized our office space just a tad, where the placement of some of our people, we've made room to bring on a new city recorder which I have to say I'm looking forward to, even though sometimes there is a little flame of nostalgia, but I am looking forward to that. We our recreation program, as far as registrations, is well underway. We seem to be getting a really good response to that. We've had good response to our request for umpires to put in their applications. I think we've got a good crew coming back for that. We are still looking for a Fun in the Sun director. We've had a couple of people apply, but not scheduling and stuff didn't work with them. And so we're still looking for a Fun in the Sun director. If you know somebody that you think would be great with kids, it's a great opportunity or a great thing for a school teacher, somebody like that. It's already used to doing lesson plans and things. But we are keeping our eyes open for a Fun in the Sun director. Other than that, we're pretty much ready to go for our recreation programs. And I got your email, Christina. That's a great list. Thank you. I'm looking forward to the concerts in the parks and the movie and all that fun stuff. We are busy with land use. A couple of those items will be on the agenda tonight, so I'll just wait and chat for a minute with some of the land use items on those development agreements. And we actually held executive staff, which we haven't done for a bit because we've had to be doing administrative land use for conditional uses. We finally had a break and were able to hold executive staff and touch base with all the members of our executive staff, and that was nice. So we're just moving along, watching people develop. Questions, concerns? It's getting busy on the code compliance side. We are trying to get out there and remind people that even though it's great spring weather, that the sidewalks are still for sidewalks and not bike ramps and things like that. And so, and signs, we've got a lot of signs that are not placed properly. And so April's been going around and working with the people that are putting those little temporary signs out, trying to get them to put them in the right places. And so, but if you see problems, please let April and I know so we can get on and take care of them for you quicker than later. Other than that, unless you have questions, I'll just wait and chat during the agenda items.
As we look forward to the summer coming, is there going to be anything to do with weed control on vacant lots where people have started subdivision but then let them go?
Yes, we do. We work with Aaron Walker with the fire department. Seems like his fire department ladder carries a bigger stick, as you know, from back when you were with the fire marshal's office. And so we do, if for some reason they don't qualify for a fire letter, they don't reach that magnitude, we get them for nuisance. So, but we do try and stay on top of those as quickly as we can. But if you see one, let us know, because it's sometimes we don't always see everything. So if there's a problem area, just again, let April or I know so we can get right on it for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. All right.
Well, it is a busy time of year to be in Providence for a lot of things. As you can see from land use and our public works and all the things we have prepared going on. A couple of things, we're still working on our master plan, so that will be up for discussion tonight. And so we'll continue there. It takes a lot of time to make it to where we're at and to where we're going. So I would let you know our treasurer has decided to retire, and so we're in a position of hiring a new treasurer, as well as expanding our staff with a new recorder. And so we have with the passage of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. At that point, some in that bill is a specific funding to cities. That wasn't previously the case. We did get an allotment from the state for their portion previously, this last year, but this time they have specified cities specifically. We'll get approximately 870,000 this year and about the same amount next year for that. And it can be used for a number of things. One of those items is broadband. So anyway, but it would have to be used before December 31st of 2024, both of those funds. Just to kind of give you an update of how the federal is coming along. We have closed with we are closing, should close tomorrow, with our financing for our water tank. And so that should be complete there. And so good thing and right timing, because our tank is getting started here very quickly. Just a few other little kind of things. I'm working with JV to work towards a cemetery master plan grant application. So we'll get that ready. Working with CRS on a application for a grant for a water master plan. Working with CRS on a bike trail to be able to implement some of our recommendations on the bike trail from the Park Recreation Master Plan. So that should go into the CMPO at the end of this week. Jesse and I are working on an application for a amphitheater and improvements in Vaughnsburg Park. We're working with Stokes Nature Center for improvements at Jay's Well. They're helping to lead that and utilize that park space. So anyway, that's a few things we're working on, and you can see that we're making progress, and a lot of the other things will be on the agenda tonight. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Brian, you mentioned the American Rescue Act has got money in there. You said broadband. We would call broadband fiber as well.
Yeah, you would.
So it could be applied to some of the
But
costs.
broadband is the term
fiber
the bill used, but yes.
All right, $1.5 million.
So, other questions? All right.
Very good. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and move on to approval of the minutes from last month, February 17th. And I'll invite council members to note any mistakes, errors, corrections, clarifications necessary. I went through, I didn't see any. So, we have a motion to approve the minutes. February 17th, do I have a second? Second from council member Kirk. Discussion, comments, additions.
I thought that on line 209, it says the library situation. I think status is probably a better word.
Line 209. Anyone else? Hearing no further comments, going to call for a vote. All in favor of approving the minutes from February 17th, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
8 nays. Unanimous. That's been approved. All right, let's go ahead. I did mention earlier we have a public hearing. I mentioned briefly, outline what it is about. If the council's approval, there's a corresponding item. It's item number 7 that has to do with vacating a right of way, which requires the council's approval. If the council's okay with moving ahead to that item immediately after the public hearing, I would recommend we do so. Be okay with that? Let's get that done and out of the way. All right. So we have a public hearing. I'll read what the says. Prior to making a decision on the vacation of a portion of right-of-way owned by the city and public utility easements located in the general area of 293 North Gateway Drive, the city council is holding a public hearing. The purpose of the public hearing is to provide an opportunity for anyone interested to comment on the vacation before the action is taken. We've invited public comments and also comments by email. Scarlett's going to pull up
Actually, Ryan pulled that up.
what's that, Ryan? Okay, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
So this is just on the other side of the street, and it's just up here. It's just south of the, if you know where the veterinary clinic is over there, vacant part of land. There's what I call a remnant. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a circle. It used to be once upon a time a cul-de-sac. It was when Gateway Drive was not Gateway Drive, and the connection did not go through. For anybody who lives in Cobblestone, it was the end of the road and very quiet part of the city, and now it's a different place. But the developer is acquiring the property from various property owners for a number of parcels there, and to complete that project, the developer has asked the city to vacate that little parcel, that remnant that's there. Scarlett?
I just want to, on the map, and it's a little bit difficult to see,
Yeah.
but the area that they're talking about on is the area that's in red on the, if you look at the map in your packet, they were color coding different pieces. There was a green one and a little blue one. The area that we're vacating is the area in red. If you approve the vacation, then they'll go to the work of getting the legal description, and we'll finish up getting that, taking care of that process as we go through their plating process. That, as the mayor said, at one time, Gateway Drive didn't exist. It was Spring Creek Parkway, and it was going to go a different direction. There was thought that it would go a little bit west as to where it goes now, kind of come out between right at the Providence-Logan boundary on the west side of us here. And after joint meetings with the county, Logan City, Providence City, River Heights, the councils all got together, and they decided that the better way to do was to bring it up, connect it with Spring Creek Parkway, turn a portion of Spring Creek Parkway into Gateway Drive, and then take that road straight through, because this has been on the county's master plan for the CMPO for quite a few years. But coming along that, put it going kind of right in the side of Macy's, and that didn't work very well, and it made it awfully close to the 100 North intersection. So we moved the road, shifted it right through here, which means that from that time on, Providence didn't need that little cul-de-sac area. So I don't believe that was ever developed as with asphalt. Brent, you might want to correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you were still here. It did? Okay, but it does not now, right?
There is, and they're actually going to work out very well for the developers or whoever it is tries to work on that, because the utilities that are in that area will be great stubs for them to utilize, as opposed to having to cut the asphalt in Gateway Drive.
We are vacating some utility easement, but we are not vacating the utility easement that goes along the west side of Gateway Drive. It's only the utility easement that's within the circle, and then, but then with their with the developer's plan, they will have cross easements and whatnot. So Rob's correct that those utilities will work out nicely.
The blue triangle there almost looks like it's a little more than the public utility easement. Is that being vacated? Is that being given to the, what is that, the veterinary clinic there?
That's just sitting there. We're not vacating.
You're not doing anything with that?
Yeah, because that's not considered. That's, yeah, we're not doing anything with that at this time.
So to Brent's point, we will end up with a triangle remaining.
Is that?
Doesn't show here, but is that it's that triangle that's landscaped here?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the vet clinic is keeping it landscaped, but it looks like it's part of that remnant cul-de-sac there.
Just a question, would it be worthwhile to vacate that parcel at the same time? Give it to the vet clinic? And we're done with it? I don't know, I'm just asking.
Actually, Brent, it does seem like it would be worthwhile. I don't know procedurally, since it wasn't called out, if we can add that to it.
I think he's recommending the veterinary clinic take over ownership of that triangle.
Right, but there's a process by state code that there's a process by state code that you have to follow with noticing and whatnot. And so I don't know if we can just add this on to the ordinance.
Or do we move it to some other time and get rid of it too? I just don't know whether we ought to hang on to it and maybe we proceed with what we've got now. Maybe we look to another month or two and go through the process and get rid of that blue piece too. I mean, and that way we're done with it. I don't know.
Always other things there's always other things you could put on it, potentially for other utilities.
Yeah, I
So-
don't see any reason to not hold on to it
So,
because they're maintaining it.
right, but I do think for tonight, we would need to just focus on the red piece because that's the way everything was advertised.
Can I make a motion?
We're in the public
We're in
hearing.
public hearing, yeah, we'll get to it next, but so Charlotte, do we have any emails from members of the public that wanted to comment?
Did not before I started talking, but I'm hurrying and bring it up. No, I do not have any.
Okay, so we have
Do you have
no
any?
comments from the public by email, so I'll open the floor to any members of the public who are present tonight who'd like to comment on this proposed vacation of the right of way. Anyone interested in speaking? I don't see any hands raised.
And I don't see any online.
Okay. All right, so we'll go on and move ahead.
Oh, I have one online, sorry. I have one that just raised their hand. It's Paul.
Hi, this is Paul Poteet with Suma Terra Ventures. I'm part of the developer requesting this easement vacation or land vacation. I just want to let you know that I'm here and happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this case. We thank you for considering our application and thank the staff for their work and time and putting this forth for us.
Hold on just a sec. Paul, try it now.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm just saying, I'm Paul Poteet with Suma Terra Ventures. We're the applicant on this project. I just want to let you know I'm here to answer any questions as needed. And we thank the city for considering our request. We think that we can do a great development here on this side and look forward to moving forward with it.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul, the developer? He's on the line. Okay, any questions from the council? All right,
I
no
have a
questions.
question about the parcel there. Do we sell that to the developer, that piece, or we just vacate it?
At this point, this is a vacation.
Or we just give it to them? No. Okay.
That's what this one would be. The other one down here, if they came and were interested in other property that isn't road dedication, then that would be a purchase. But it's been road dedication, so it's coming back as a vacating. They call that.
Any comments or questions? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. If council's okay with that, and we'll move on. And we agreed we'd move on to item number 7. Underline development. Let me go ahead and read this. Ordinance 2021-001, right-of-way vacation. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on an ordinance vacating a portion of city right-of-way and public utility easements located in the general area of 293 North Gateway Drive. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 7, ordinance 2021.
Motion from Council Member Cook. Do I have a second? I'll second. Second from Council Member Paulson. Further discussion? Can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Measure passes unanimously. Thank you for being available, Paul. All right, let's go ahead and move on. So we're moving on to public comments. Citizens may express their views to the city council on issues within the city's jurisdiction
City council accepts comments in person by email, providencecityutah@gmail.com, by text message 435-752-9441. So let's go ahead and open the public comment portion. I do want to mention, if we don't have a lot of people here, if there are a group of people who want to make a comment and deliver a message to the council, choose one member of the group to speak to the council, so we can make sure everyone's voice is heard, the comments and questions are heard, and we can get everybody a chance to speak who would like to speak. On some of these items, we may encounter something that's new to the city staff and council, and if that's the case, then we will ask the staff to research something and get back as soon as possible. Person who's speaking, if it's something we are closely familiar with, then what we'll do is save all of the questions and comments to the end. Then the staff, myself, and the council will reply to those comments and questions rather than individually. So let's go ahead and open the public comment portion. These are for items that are not on the agenda. We allow discussion when we're talking about specific agenda items that are on tonight. So anything other than that, we more than welcome members of the public who are here or online who would like to check in and comment. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise their hand and we can entertain their questions and comments. Matt, come on up.
Matt Harris, and you probably know me as a pickleball guy because I live right behind the pickleball courts. And
You play pickleball, by the way.
not competitively, I hit the ball around, yeah. So first, I want to say thanks to Ryan and Taylor and anybody else who was working behind the scenes. That was very helpful. Today, let's see, nets went up on Monday. Today, we have quiet balls and a little sign there that says, please use quiet balls. And that is tremendously helpful to us. So thank you. When I came over here, there was a couple people out there. One group was using it and one group wasn't. So we have some progress tonight, probably, but to start. Let's see. I was going to have to give my whole pickleball speech, Ryan, but I don't have to do that now. So thank you. But I did want to share a video or a sound clip with you. You can hear what it sounds like at my back door.
Popcorn.
Sounds like a woodpecker.
Hopefully the quiet balls will help.
So those are the quiet balls.
Those are not the quiet balls.
You didn't get a chance to record the quiet balls?
No, I haven't.
You did, but you couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, just heard birds, hopefully. Yeah. So it's progress. I want to say thanks, but I also, let's see here. So having quiet balls, having fencing, this kind of stuff is not strange or odd. There's cities all over the country that are doing that. There's a city in New Jersey who requires the quiet balls like we have now. They also have an approved list of quiet paddles. They installed acoustical fencing on 3 sides. They restrict hours of play between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. specifically so people can eat breakfast and eat dinner in peace. And then they hired someone to sit up the courts and enforce the rules. So there's cities in Florida, California, all over the country that are doing this kind of stuff. So we're on the right path. I hope we've solved the problem. I will say that the balls are just sitting out there now. So when it rains, they're going to get saturated with water. So they probably won't be able to be used in that case.
I think with the covers, they may be waterproof, they may not be. We'll watch, but we haven't put them all out. We have put out a few. So when we'll watch that. But if I can give a little bit of an update on that, Mayor, to give a little depth to what we're working on, if you're okay. Okay. So we have gotten, just today, I believe, we have gotten the pricing for the fence, and we're about $16,000 to put in the acoustical fence on the south, on the north side, and then about 20 feet down, so it's almost mid-court, so it should cover that side, not just the one end. But so we have done that. Another thing we have done is we have changed our application for the RAPS tax to be able to utilize as identified in our trails, park trail and recreation master plan, to be able to put single courts or double courts other places rather than building 4 more courts in the same location. So we have worked on a number of things to resolve the issue.
Last question is, if everybody uses the quiet walls, will be good. If they don't, what are we gonna do?
I think we're watching to see how the quiet balls work to do that, but I think the fencing is probably the long-term solution.
So you don't think the quiet walls part of the long-term solution?
I think quiet balls could be included in the long-term solution. But keep me informed on how they work. I almost took one home. I have a pickleball court in the backyard, so I almost took one home to try out.
As we do build other courts, I think we ought to keep in mind recommendations. Look at the USA Pickleball Association or acoustical engineering companies, they recommend 500 to 600 feet setback from homes. That's 2 football fields. The ones in Leonard Park are 30 feet, that's 10 steps, not 2 football fields. So if you want to see good pickleball courts, go to Millville. Those are in the middle of nowhere, or Nibley. They're down in a depression. So you can do a better job planning and just circumvent the whole problem next time. But I'm glad that we're making progress. I hope the quiet balls are the solution. It's cheap. So
We have a park on the west side of town, Meadow Ridge Park. I have an acquaintance who lives over there, and he says all the neighbors want a pickleball court. I should probably send them to you first before they.
well, yeah, and they can just do a quick search online.
Okay, and that would be actually very close to the homes over there. They're not townhomes, they're single family. They just said, there's a volleyball court there, nobody uses it, and we have a pickleball court.
I can't think of any park that would have the space for 2 football fields in Providence, or even what we're looking at. So hopefully the other solutions will work.
Reducing the number of how many are at the same spot should greatly reduce the sound of the volume.
Don't those acoustical shields solve the problem?
We'll find out. We would start with one and find out. So
That would indicate what the effectiveness, I mean, we're looking at $16,000 for acoustical shields. Have we visited any place? Do we know where they're at?
I will be the first to volunteer to go and visit. I think there's a couple of great ones in Florida, and I'd love to go and visit. Sayware and I talked about it, but it would be cheaper, and we'd be happy to go and visit if you'd like.
Ryan has one in his backyard.
I have a pickleball court in my backyard. That's correct. That I built. Yes.
Right. Do the neighbors complain?
No neighbors complained, but it's a single one. It's not, but they are all welcome to play.
$6,000 for the psychiatric services that the residents are going to need.
Yeah, but I will volunteer my time to go and visit one. They have them in Arizona and Florida. I'd be happy to go visit. But yes, I agree with you. Anyway, we're working towards that. So we've got pricing moving forward. So.
I'm just curious as to the value of it. We ought to have some kind of thing in mind before we do that, or do we just move the pickleball court somewhere or over in Millville?
There's Crystal Block, is that the company that you got to work from?
I have to look at the fence. We have a fencing contractor that will install it, but the acoustical would ship it. I think that's who would ship. But we have a local one that would include that and install. So
There's also acoustical engineering companies, one of which is S&W Acoustics. They've done site plans for counties and cities all over the country. And they can, for $2,000, they'll do the study for us and tell us what size needs to be, how tall it needs to be, and what the effective decibel reduction would be. You're gonna pay 10%, figure out the answer before you do it. That's one option. Any other questions?
Matt, thank you. I appreciate it.
We did have two hands on our, online. They put them down now, but anyway, we have one back up. So if you want to go there at some point. All right, we have Mitchell. I believe, okay.
It's on pickleball or something.
I don't know that. They just had their hand raised. I think they had it before. So.
Okay.
All right, you're on.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2. This is Mitchell Shook here. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mitchell, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, fantastic. I'm the founder and CEO of Advanced Stream, and we're an internet service provider. I'm excited by your fiber optic project, and especially the prospect for it becoming an open access network, which would allow ISPs such as myself. We're also participating on the Utopia project, to give those residents and businesses the best service that is created by a competitive environment. I've been an open access internet service provider. We were on the very first network 22 years ago in Tacoma, Washington, the Click Network, and I think we're the longest running open access internet service provider in the world. So it would be an honor to support the Strata project, and we have been watching carefully as this moves forward. And just wanted to let you know our philosophy on this is we think it's much like roads and that infrastructure that a city, really is rightfully responsible for creating a level playing field. But we do think that there's a need for the private sector to provide that very last link, collecting that monthly payment if there's going to be an upgrade to the basic service that I know you're providing. And that's where the ISPs, the competition between those ISPs really makes a difference because it keeps us on our toes. And we know if we're not given the best service, we're liable to lose that customer to a competitor. It's easy to pick up that phone and switch. And that for 20 years has really served us well. And we compete in several counties in Washington state, public utility districts, and then of course the competition on Utopia. We're in 14 cities now, and that really makes the best product for the customers at the end of the day. I'm not sure how this project's unfolding. Strata, we're all kind of scratching our heads on how this will play out. So, we want to let you know that we're in the room. We're hoping to help. If anybody wants to ever, pick our brain or just brainstorm on any of this, we're happy to share our experiences on other open access networks. We helped found the National Broadband Network in Australia. We have over 50 ISPs competing, and that's a national infrastructure. They're bringing internet to all the Australians, 100 megabit service, that is. Even launched 2 satellites to get to the folks in the outback here. But this, to my knowledge, this is maybe one of the first cities in America that has followed the true utility model. And we want to compliment you on taking that bold step. So I'm Mitchell Shook, again, Advanced Stream. We're very advanced and still, learning something every day. So thank you for hearing me out on that.
Thank you, Mitchell. Appreciate it. Is there another hand raised?
Not at this point.
Any other members of the public like to comment? Raise your hand. Be happy to give you a few minutes. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Can you come up here and use the microphone? Yeah, pull it down. There you go. State your name so we have it for the record.
My name is Bonnie Greif. I'm a resident of Providence. And when I first heard about this, it was on the understanding that we were going to not have 5G come into Providence, that this would be the viable solution to having 5G. Now I understand that we're going to have both, and I don't understand why. Why are we duplicating services if we don't have any if we don't have a choice? Is 5G already just rolling in? We have no choice about that. we know that there are health problems with 5G.
In order for 5G to work, you need fiber.
We
So
don't,
We're not installing 5G.
right, I understand that.
So it's
But
a-
what I'm wondering is, as citizens of Providence, do we have a choice? Can we just have the fiber optics and opt out of 5G? Or Comcast, if we have Comcast as our servers?
Five G is not really rolled out. I mean, they say it has, and it has some use on cell phones. But the real 5G is, it's been described as not been rolled out yet. If it would need to have a dish every block. But it would be Verizon or one of the big carriers. If they were to tap in, they would have to tap into our fiber network, and they would need permission from the city to have that access. Some cities welcome that because it is another revenue source for the city to charge Verizon or whoever the carrier is to provide 5G. We're a long way away from having 5G. I mean, it's going to be 3 years before the fiber network is built out.
And at what cost? Fiber optics,
5G, the cost of 5G or fiber optics?
fiber optics.
Fiber optics is $8 million.
And what about the one that was in Provo that went bust?
Provo still runs a fiber network, and that fiber is still operating today.
So you get the city newsletter, Mike.
Mhm.
Okay. Ryan wrote an article about the Provo situation. It was called Crisis to Success. Was the title of the article. It's on page 1. He talks about the Provo circumstance. And 17 years ago, when they attempted this, they were way, way, way ahead of the game. It was during the time we called dial-up back then. And they saw the future of fiber, and they said, we want to jump on this. Well, they were way ahead because the demand was not there back then. So they stumbled, tripped, and all of that. So they sold their network for $1 to Google Fiber. What Google Fiber did is two things. They upgraded all of the switches throughout the whole system. They also provided every resident in the city of Provo free service for 7 to 10 years. But now Provo is economically, because they have a fiber system and they had that foresight, even though it was they're way ahead of their time, is the economic benefit to the city of Provo and the surrounding area is phenomenal. It is absolutely booming area. And much of that has to do with fiber. And Ryan talks about that in his article, and that's the comments he got from some of the city management at Provo City. And some
So
of the
they've
people,
recovered.
oh, they're very
Okay.
recovered. 2 of the Provo employees went on to found what we call Utopia now. It's a government owned, it's owned by 8 Utah cities. It's a company that besides their cities, they're out pitching Utopia as a fiber option. It's a different business model than ours, but they've run it successfully, and there's at least a dozen cities that are Utopia customers here in Utah.
Okay, so my question then goes to, how do we keep 5G out because of all the health problems that it would present to our children and ourselves?
If we were to
Can we just use fiber optics because it's a much better system?
Should we answer questions at the end of that?
I don't think we have, like, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure I can answer the
Quite follow
5G
that.
questions. I don't know.
I'm not aware of health problems associated with 5G. 5G is.
It has to do with DNA. It changes the DNA. It has caused some children in some school districts to have heart attacks. I gave links to you a couple of months ago.
So my feeling is that as 5G rolls out and before it comes to Providence, there'll be a lot more research done, and that it's not going to be coming to Providence tomorrow without more evidence of how it's affecting people. So at this point, what we need is fiber in order to have adequate internet.
So
But
those of us with Comcast, that's not adequate? Are we going to pay double? That's what I'm saying.
No.
I would encourage everyone to take time to look at the webpage that we put up. It has, you know, what we anticipate. And today we're going to talk about prices, but we anticipate that people's overall internet prices will go down, pretty much everyone. And so there's going to be financial benefit in a lot of different ways to the city, to the citizens of Providence.
So the gentleman that just commented, his name was Mitchell. He represents an internet service provider, and Ryan can jump in on this, but we've heard from 5 or 6 internet service providers that want to be on our network. So, I mean, just like now, if you want service from Comcast, they're an internet service provider, you call Comcast. I don't know all the names. One of the internet service providers is called Sumo. So if you like their package and you like their pricing and it matches what you want, you can call Sumo and say, I want 250 megabit speed. I want phone. I want, you know, this content package. And it'd just be like dealing with Comcast. So and if you want to keep your Comcast, you can keep your Comcast.
But the beauty is that there'll be competition, and right now there's not. And so even in theory, even Comcast will bring their prices down because there'll be competition in town.
Okay. Well, I'm all in favor of fiber optics because that's clean. It's the 5G that I hope everybody will keep their eyes and ears open.
Let me just tell you this for right now. Before it comes here, it would have to come before the council because they would have to be part of our net. They would have to connect to our network. And this council here, and it'll be a different council in 3 years, 5 years, we'll have the option of saying no.
Good.
And you're welcome to come back then.
Okay. If you needed any other information, I have a lot of research about it.
You're welcome to send it to us, email it to us.
Are we gonna do it again? Scarlett, do you still have it?
I'm sure I do. I
Okay.
can go back and look
I'll
and forward it.
I'll double check with Scarlett.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
for
Appreciate your
explaining.
comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments? All right. I see no hands raised, so let's go ahead and close the public comment portion and we will move on. Appreciate those that we did hear from. Again, I want to mention, I know there's some people watching on Zoom. Ryan, we have 5 internet service providers you've talked to that have indicated their interest in being on our fiber network, and this is number 6.
No, this is included in the number. So he's one of contact Max's.
This is one of the gentlemen.
So I have everyone I've contacted has shown interest that they're interested in coming. And I've had some that have contacted me that I didn't initially reach out to. I just initially picked the top 5 on Utopias just to reach out and test the waters, and there hasn't been any not interested. So
as far as rolling this out at some point in time in the next several months, we will know who the internet service providers are. We will have a contract signed with them. So we will have that information, let our residents know who those internet service providers are. And they're out on the web somewhere. They have a website. And they will have their pricing and packages on there. And we'll have a whole lot more information once we know. All right, very good. Let's move on. All right, we have some guests this evening. Let's go ahead and start out with Pam Kramer, who is wildlife biologist, Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. We have a Millville Providence Wildlife Management Area Habitat Plan that's in your package. If you had a chance to read it, I did. I found it fascinating. And we're going to set aside, we want to set aside how much time? How much time do you need?
Depends what we're.
she's got 9 slides.
Well,
I think it's going to go pretty quick.
That's for the other thing, yeah, the Providence.
Is that not the one you want to start with?
I want to start with the small one first, yeah. So I had 2 presentations prepared, depending upon what you wanted to hear, but
So we're going to do this in 2 stages. You come back for the MOU.
yeah, that wasn't even part of it tonight,
Oh.
so.
Yeah, that's not.
So what's part 1 and what's part 2?
So I'm Pam Kramer with Utah Division of Wildlife Resources out of our Ogden office, and I have 2 other gentlemen with me tonight. Brad Hunt is well, he took off his cowboy hat, but with the scarf on. He's the actual manager of the property we're going to talk about tonight, and then Scott Walker is the other gentleman, so they can help me answer any questions if needed. But what we came here for tonight is a proposal to close the bottom of Providence Canyon to target shooting and to camping because of all the issues there. So
Is this?
it
Right.
should be, yeah.
Okay.
So for those of you who, I don't know, who in the audience, I don't know who doesn't know where the WMA is located, but it's located all the way from Millville, all the way up past Providence. And so this map kind of shows that location. Next. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
So our proposal is to close the bottom, like I mentioned, of Providence Canyon to both target shooting and to camping because of all the uses. So next. And so why we want to do that is for a couple different reasons. One is there's a public safety issue with the high vehicle use in the canyon bottom, and there's public trails that are on the hillside. We have people, we used to have a lot more of an issue with folks the paintball community, target shooting, and people were walking on the hillside, and was not really a safe situation. We also have people that camp in the area where the little picnic tables are and the little cooktop stoves area. People camp there all the time. So by state statute, we for the Division of Wildlife Resources, we have a 2-week camping period, and people would stay 2 weeks, leave a day, and then come back for 2 weeks, leave a day. And so nobody else could ever get in there to camp. So it became a kind of a problem with that, as well as next to the stream, using homemade latrines, all the trash. If you've been up there, I have pictures that it's pretty bad of some of the things that went on there. And then just all the other trash that they left when they did leave. And then, like I said, the other people could never get in there to use the camping facility. And then we just reduced opportunity. So we looked at all those issues and decided that we wanted to close the bottom of that, of both Millville and Providence Canyon. So we've already met with Millville City on their canyon that's just east of their property. Next. So one of the, what we're proposing for the signs is this is what it would say, is that we have the target shooting is being prohibited, as well as overnight camping for 1 mile. And 1 mile is from the mouth of the canyon all the way to the east side where the Forest Service boundary starts, because we can't close federal property. We can only close what's in our area. And we've talked to the Forest Service and made them aware we would be closing that as well. So they're concerned that everybody that was on us is going to move on the state property, will move to the federal property. But we made them aware of that. And then no overnight camping signs, and then just no target or trap shooting in this area to kind of make it clear. Did meet with Ryan out in the field last November, October.
Yeah, Rob and I met with you
Quite a while ago. Anyway, to kind of broach this to see if the city would be interested in working with us on that, and they were very supportive of that. So we just wanted to come before the city council to make you aware that's what we're proposing to do, to see if you had any concerns, how you felt about it, just to and get public comment on that as well. And then the next slide. And then just additional information, just to make you aware, is that we are updating the Millville Providence Wildlife Management Area Habitat Management Plan. So there's a lot of words in there. We're in the process of doing that. The old plan was done in like 1994. So it's about time that we get that updated, because things have changed a lot since then. And I do have a presentation we can go over on that too, if you'd like. We're talking about changing the 2 camping areas that are there now, which would be the one that's right across from the snowmobile parking garage. And then there's another one up Canyon. And they all have picnic tables and the camp, little camp stoves or camp grills. So we're talking about changing both of those to the day use areas. And then the city, I visited with Ryan and with Rob as well, is interested in renewing an MOU. So just for your information, I don't know if you had a chance to read the plan, we talk about it, but those areas where we the division gave permission to the city to be able to put in those picnic tables back in the 1990s. But there was never a formal agreement that said how many they could be, who would maintain them, what would happen. And so we'd like to clean that up and have a proper MOU issued. And Rob and Ryan also mentioned that that would be something that the city would like to do. So we're moving forward on that. And I've been working with them on getting an agreement, kind of put together an MOU on that. So I'll be changing it to day use only areas for the city to maintain the parking lots and just trash litter cleanup, excuse me, for those areas. So that's, we're working on that as well. So we've got a lot of stuff kind of going on, and then we'll work, I guess, off. I mean, later on we'll meet and kind of talk about the MOU more. The lawyers have looked at it and how the lawyers are. So that's kind of where we're at. So on this particular issue, do you have any concerns or comments that you'd like to?
On your signs, I mean, I don't understand. I appreciate the changes. How are we going to police? How are we gonna police the firearms? I mean, it doesn't say there's a fine, right?
No, it does not.
Would there be a fine?
That would be in state statute, and I don't think so. Our law enforcement officer.
So we just put the signs up, but I think people will still use it. There is a
Do
fine?
you know how much that is or what?
I'm not sure the amount, but it would be misdemeanor. That's for shooting.
But should we have the signs say that?
Well, it does mention that the citation in the Utah code is kind of, it's in tiny at the bottom on the. You get this.
They have a screen here.
Right. We have law enforcement officers that Division of Wildlife Resources has in the county, and they would be policing it with knowing that you put that up and people, it's going to take them a while to get the knowledge out. Our law enforcement officers also visited with the Forest Service law enforcement officer and with the county sheriff's departments about those issues, about working with us on that. And we do get a lot of domestic issues from people that camp and they're up there as well, and other people that shooting. So they're up there fairly regularly anyway, policing that. So
If the signs haven't been printed, you may want to consider putting the citations will be issued in the same size font as the other print.
Okay.
I'm really happy about this change. I worry about the safety with as many people as in that lower part of the canyon and on the trail. And even though they're not supposed to shoot toward the trail, sometimes people get reckless.
it's better than it used to be, because I used to bring in a lot of stuff to shoot at and set up gauges and targets. So it's better, but it still occurs.
Where will these signs be?
Well, they will, so the two of these will be one at the bottom when you first enter, you know, where they're you kind of go through the fence, you should enter the canyon. And then one will be on the backside as you come down from the Forest Service property, as you're going to come from the east coming west. So they'll be at both ends.
So where the big parking lot is, just above that is where the state land ends, right?
Well, we would put it on the chain link fence probably right when as you come in, or just in from that somewhere, wherever it makes sense. So it would be on both ends, and then it would be in each of the parking areas as well, so that people would know. And then probably along the road as well. And I think Ryan, we had talked with Ryan about maybe getting a PDF to put in the newsletter or something, so that people, with the residents would know that as well. I realize folks other than residents of Providence use the canyon too, but at least that would let the residents know of the changes.
Where's the third parking lot? I can think of the one just inside the deer fence, what if by the tank. Where's the other one?
The other one's further up canyon where the other little day use area is. So it's just as you leave the snowmobile parking lot and you drive, I don't know, a couple hundred yards to the east, it'd be off to your right, kind of again next to the stream. There's a pull out there, and there's some buck and pull fencing.
Okay, so that's not on Forest Service ground.
No, not yet. The Forest Service is a little bit further than that to the east.
I just wanted to say thank you. I have actually dodged bullets and paintballs up there. I've been on the trail when both of those have come by me. So thank you for taking measures to help with that. So.
Well, and if the city ever has concerns or issues, you can always come to us and say, hey, we have a problem. And we want to be good neighbors. We want to address issues. We don't want there to be public safety issues. And sometimes we're aware of things and sometimes we're not. So if there's other things that happen or that you see that you want us to be aware of, please don't hesitate to call.
We may want to, but those signs will get shot at. So we may want to budget replacement costs. I think we'll have to do that for a little while.
Yep. We're well aware of that as
And
well.
paintballs.
They're make good targets, right?
So the other component, I don't know how much you can influence it. It's the do not do here, but there's also a component that providing it here's where they can. You know, I think that's the other piece is just when I see target shooters shooting over the stream towards the trail, I try to point them somewhere where they can do it. Just because we have a different hobby doesn't mean that they can't do it. There's a good place to do it, and a bad place. So I don't know how much we can help with that, but I tend to try to say, don't do this, but you can do this. So.
We do have the Cache Valley, Hunter Ed facility that's available for people to use. I realize that costs money, and this is free. Just kind of go up and target shoot. But I can maybe work with you, Ryan, on something, we can get in the newsletter, or whatever the verbiage might say to encourage that too, so.
So Pam, once upon a time, probably 6, 8 years ago, there was a meeting that involved state, federal, county, and interested parties, bike riders, hikers, that met to talk about the canyon. Clinton talked about cleanup, and met at an accounting firm, Simpkins and Jenkins Simpkins. Jones Simpkins, yeah. Anyway, it kind of never went anywhere. And one of the things we talked about doing, and at the time I was on city council, but was to put a kiosk at the entry. So Josh asked the question about, can we direct people where shooting is allowed? So the kiosk would serve that purpose. It would say, you know, no camping or no shooting allowed, or whatever, with a map of the canyon and marked it. And at the time, I said, I can't see why. I came back and talked to the mayor at the time. I can't see why not Providence City would not provide and build that kiosk, probably somewhere close to where the parking lot is, just at the entrance of the canyon. So it would have the state signs, it would have the federal signs, and it would indicate a location where shooting is allowed. And state law or federal law is different when it comes to shooting on Forest Service land. But so someone visiting the canyon can stop at that kiosk and find out any information they need.
Would a better place be just in that inner parking area?
Yeah, the
first parking area, because at the bottom, people are kind of driving by,
As
there's
they
not really a
come
whole
in,
lot of room, so.
It'd be a resource.
We certainly can do that. We have kiosks at a lot of other properties, and we'll make a note to.
So what's the
install.
kiosk look like? Is it round?
It's kind of one piece of plywood with a shelter over it. You know, to keep the
Like the
rain
one
and stuff out, and behind glass.
Like the one at
plexiglass.
Belleville Canyon?
Yes.
Okay.
I would love to see something like that with a map and showing the trails and the distances. And I think that would be useful, even as someone who spent time in the canyon. I still don't know.
Okay, well, and we've sent Carly Lanch, is that how you say her name? A copy of the plan as well, to her to provide comment on that. She's with the Cache County Trails folks. Right. Everybody knows that. And so she's interested in working with us on that. And we've also let her know that on that trail, if you're coming from the east going to the west, coming down there, and the trail just pops out right there on the road. And I've had dogs, I've been coming down there, and somebody's dog would just like run out right in the middle of the road, and
bikers even.
It's concerning. So I've said that maybe we need to get something on the road, you know, to like a sign that says, hey, you know, trail coming up, or public pedestrian crossing or something.
Bikers come across that so fast, and there's so many youth up there on the side by sides that are not of legal age.
So I let Carly know that, and she mentioned something about budgeting and for signs and that, and I don't know where that's at, but that may be something the city might want to pursue as well to work on that. But it was just concerning to me because, someone who uses trails as well.
Well, I think that they're right on. We need, along with saying we can't do, we need to say what you can do.
Okay.
That way, people aren't mad and start shooting everything up just because they've been excluded from the canyon. Just not in this area, but you can go in another area and do, some of your things. So
okay.
I think that is important as far as the education of it. Yes.
I'll find out some information from the Forest Service and how they feel about that. And then, like I said, I'll get with Ryan on that. So we'll do that, and we'll get a kiosk up.
Thank you.
Love it. Love it.
You have a problem, Scott, with kiosk?
Oh, I don't. We do have a problem with other people putting kiosks on our property. We've been working with Peyton Price initially, and and he was working on how we deal with that, license or whatever bureaucratic steps we have to go through. Then Dayton left and kind of lost, but I talked to Carly about that last week. Since she taking her role, so we are working for
Well, we'd like to see that discussion move forward on building a kiosk, and if you need our input on that,
one time
yeah.
Yesterday we met with Carly and talked to her about it.
So if you guys are okay, we'll move forward with
Yep.
getting signs made and posted and work with Ryan on stuff and then the things we addressed tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we provide the kiosk? I know you folks said it's on state land, but
Yeah, I think we can work through the details of how that.
is there a design of one that someone has sketched out, an engineering design and dimension and all that, materials used?
No, I bet we have one somewhere. I just haven't
Who's got
seen
it?
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Why would
You want to have like an Eagle Scout build? Is that what you're thinking or
They
something?
might just grease the skids to know that.
Well, I know the type of material that's suitable and acceptable.
Mhm.
I mean, we can build one, but it may not be state
I'll
requirements.
check into that too. We'll get back with you.
Very good.
And then, so on the MOU, then I'll get with Ryan and we'll kind of keep working through that. I don't know if we'll have to go back before the city council to get that approved.
We'll look at that.
Okay.
We'll look at it, depending on where it goes.
And then on the management plan, if you said you read it, did you have any comments or questions? Or would you like me to go over a PowerPoint on that? Or I don't know what's on your agenda tonight? Where you're at with
The
that.
MOU. We can.
I was on the management plan. Said you read the management plan.
It's in the packet. There was a management plan in it.
Read it. I personally feel like the agenda's pretty full.
Okay.
No, we're fine.
So if you have any comments or questions, or if you want to think about it, if you read it, finish reading it later, just get back to me or get with Ryan, and Ryan will get back with you with your
So the
comments. and
MOU will
concerns.
come up with the council.
But
We'll discuss further.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. All right. And move on. Item number 2, we have Providence resident Jeff Turley, who represents Providence City on Cache Valley Transit District Board as a trustee. He is here with us tonight. Patrick Jenkins, who is the vice chair. And we also have, and Todd is here. Todd Bueller is the executive director of Cache Valley Transit District. He is here tonight. They give us an annual report. We impose on Jeff to bring the council up to date.
Well, like he said, I represent Providence City on the Cache Valley Transit District, and it's been a wonderful experience. And Cache Valley Transit District has survived and done very well during this COVID experience. So I'm going to kind of give you kind of a year review from last year, just briefly, and what our 2021 plans are. The first thing is last January 6th, we implemented a new bus route called the Loop. I don't know how familiar you are with that, but it's a loop system that goes between Walmart to Walmart. And it goes every 15 minutes, and it loops up there by the University of the Walmart and back down again, and it goes in 2 different directions. And when it first started out, we had between on the loop. Well, I got that information on the loop, but it's been very successful. The loop has. It's given people a way to get up and down Main Street without having to catch and go all the way around to the places. Ever since it was instituted on January 6th, all the way up through March 9th, when COVID hit, it was increasing in ridership. And then when COVID hit, we saw the patterns of travel were changed because the governor's order saying you need to stay home. So ridership went down a little bit. There was some adjustment period needed, and there was a lot of passengers that were saying that they loved to help them get to where they needed to go faster. And Holly Danes, the mayor of Logan was saying that the loop helped her efforts in the downtown revitalization efforts in Logan. So it's been a success. A lot of the passengers like it because of the speed. They also like it because with the real-time apps, we're able to tell where the buses are and how long it'll take before they can catch a bus. And we believe over time that the usage of that will get more and more, especially as COVID starts to fade away in the background. As far as ridership, pre-COVID, we had between 6,000 to 7,000 trips per day on the Cache Valley Transit District. And when COVID hit, it went down between 1,100 to 1,500 trips. And that's because of what the governor said, you need to stay home. And current ridership right now is between 2,500 to 3,500 trips per day. It's starting to pick back up again. And one of the good things that Cache Valley Transit District did with this COVID is they instigated what's called a COVID response team. And they met daily during the major portion of this crisis. And recently they cut it back down to once a week, and they deal with any kind of issues you have. And it's been working very well. One of the other things that they've done is they kept passengers informed about the COVID situation through the website and Facebook, through postings and on buses. They also provided masks on the buses for individuals that rode the bus. They also instituted those plastic containment things around the bus drivers so that there would be any spread to the bus drivers and vice versa. So they are working to continually educate the staff and the customers on how we're dealing with COVID. So that was the 2020 year in review. And this year, we've got plans to build a new storage and maintenance facility up there by the airport. We received a grant from the federal government to assist us with that, and it's underway right now. There is the board executive committee that includes the board and some other people are overseeing that committee and how it's going to happen. The board, we as a board get monthly updates from that committee about how things are going. Right now, it's in the process of getting selecting a design team to design the building, and it will be completed in phases. Also, the district is hiring a consultant that has a lot of national experience to come and assist the management of the board and how to look at various different service options. And one of the main things is there's groups of people that need transit, but there's not a lot of buses, not a lot of participation in those areas. So they're going to give us some advice on how to deal with that, how to meet the need. And if that includes the process of using smaller vehicles to get out there or some other means, those different options are going to be looked at so that we can provide that for better service to the areas that aren't being utilized as well right now. The planning efforts for those things will involve public input, which the city, we got to get a lot of public input from that. We'll get public officials' input, look through cities' transportation with their usage of their plans. So research on how to use technology that will better utilize the customers as well as what's convenient for the riders. Another thing that we've been working on is the county first mile, last mile study. And Cache County has been working with the county on that. The county received a grant from UDOT for $100,000 to help with that effort. And we're going to match that. The scope of this project deals with a consultant who will identify projects in each city and help riders better access transit. So I don't know what that's going to mean with Providence. I know that you met with some people today.
I have. That was a lot of them.
So I don't know if you want to talk anything about that.
Sure.
Right ahead.
Yeah. Well, in the Cache Valley Transit District Dog and Pony Show, I'm the dog and Jeff is the pony. So
for the record,
yeah,
Patrick Jenkins is speaking from the Transit District Board.
Yes, yeah. So I'm the vice chair this year. And we appreciate the collaborative effort that so many of you have participated in. We've met with Mayor Drew. We recently met with Councilmember Kirk and Councilmember Seeley and Ryan Snow. We appreciate that because so often our role is that of a service provider. We support the direction you're headed. And Providence City is a forward-leading organization. What you're doing with fiber to the home is extremely exciting. We don't want to be late to the game in terms of deploying services that might support you in that effort. So that collaborative effort is so critical to us. And just as an asterisk note, what you're doing, 20 years ago, I sat on a city council. I actually was a program manager for a fiber to the home company. I helped build out Provo City's unit. I helped Utopia get started from my role. That is a money-making opportunity. You guys are brilliant in setting that up. We're excited to support you from a transit service so that while you're deploying more commerce to the city, whether it be from the home or commercial entities, you're not bringing more cars in. We want to help you with access. We want to help you lower the environmental impact, obviously. We definitely want to be a part of reducing congestion, but we want to be a part of what your master plan is. And thank you to Ryan Snow for walking us through kind of some of the traffic patterns and master plan traffic models that you're considering. We walked through a number of different route changes today, and we hope to meet with each of you one-on-one because we'd like to be very collaborative in this whole process. So thank you. Anything else, Jeff?
Nothing else. Any questions? Questions for Jeff or Patrick?
I just want to say thanks to Jeff for volunteering your time and Patrick too. And
Well,
all
Jeff
the,
really, he represents you.
yeah, and all the people who work to make this system work. I have a daughter that takes the bus almost every day from Bridgerland to Ridgeline, and it's personally saved me hundreds of hours. So thank you.
And those, Sharice is going to coordinate meetings with those of us who have been.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
Look forward to
good to
it.
see you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Jeff, your term representing us goes to what?
I believe I think I've been on it 4 years and I've enjoyed it. And it's a way for me to contribute to the community and serve the community in the capacity by being on the board. And I'd be willing to.
So your term is up the end of this year. So we'll need to.
No, that's actually changed. The statute changed on that. And so now they're indefinite positions.
So we can keep him as long
So you
as
can
he's
fire him at
willing.
any minute, but he doesn't have to be replaced if you don't want to. And candidly, from my perspective, Jeff is a great resource. He understands Providence City and keeps us connected to what's going on there. So I'd highly endorse keeping him for a while.
Thank
So
you.
I'm at the end of this year, when my term will be my 4 years, but there's no term.
You have an interest in continuing to serve?
Yes, I enjoy it. I enjoy working with the board. I enjoy working with the city, and it's the way to contribute, and I enjoy it.
I would love to keep you speaking for myself. I appreciate the mindset of community contribution. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. So to item number 3, we have an appointment, Providence City Council for consider. This is resolution 013-2021. May take action on a resolution appointing Dion Johnson as trustee on the Cache Mosquito Abatement District Board representing Providence City.
My battery's getting low.
Dion. Dion here.
Oh, he's not in.
Dion is not here. Usually he comes, speaks for a couple minutes.
He did tell. Sorry, my battery on my iPhone or iPad for some reason is getting low and it's not charging. So I've got some IT people helping me out. Dion did talk to me, said he would love to continue to serve on this board. If you like to keep him, we did our advertising like we were supposed to. People were encouraged to contact Ryan Snow. Ryan, did anybody contact you?
I did not.
So Dion did express interest and say that he would like to keep serving on this capacity.
Did Dion served on our council a number of years back?
Yes, he did.
But we pay tax dollars to support the mosquito abatement district. I've heard from him before how they operate certain months of the year, but
We can contact him, and I actually am a little bit surprised he's not here. He's been really good to attend these, but we will contact him and schedule a time when we don't have quite so many agenda items for him to come and take a few minutes to go over that with you.
I have met with him a couple of times. He has been engaged that way. So I'm again surprised that he wasn't here, but he's good to be engaged that way.
the council can choose to continue this item and ask Dion to present himself and answer questions, or we can go ahead and approve his.
At this point, we had no other interested applicant. So
It's
I also
different cup of tea, but yes.
would like to add, he cannot attend the Board of Trustee meetings. He could attend it just as a member of the public, but he can't act on our behalf until we reappoint.
I would propose or make a motion that we approve John, resolution
013/2021.
013-2021.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Beck,
I'll second.
second from Councilmember Beth.
And if I might say, whatever he's doing must be working, because when I go other places, I get mosquito bites. And at least at my house, I'm so grateful that we do not have mosquitoes.
It's usually places where there's.
I understand
water.
that, but still, I am grateful that whatever he's doing is working.
Probably other places in the valley we can say.
Yeah.
All right. Other comment, questions? I call for a vote. All in favor of resolution 013/2021 to reappoint Dion Johnson as a trustee on the Cache Mosquito Abatement District Board, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nay? None. It passes unanimously. Oh, very good. All right. We have a discussion item. This is on elections. We have a proposal from Cache County. Item number 4, Providence City Council will review and make action on the Cache County Election Services proposal. I talked to Scarlett for a bit about this afternoon. Scarlett's our city reporter for now. Elections are under our city recorder. We can ask Scarlett what they're proposing. There's certain functions that the city will still oversee, and some of the mechanical things will be taken over by the county, such as printing ballots, sending them out, scanning them in. One thing that's not quite clear that we were talking about is whether they're going to verify signatures or not. That's a lot of work to do every city. And
They have to verify the signatures at this point. So I think that's part of the reason why they're reaching out to the cities the way they are, because they have to be involved with signature verification. This is more of an introductory type thing to let you know if you're, and I might say that their cost for the election services is very much in the ballpark. We would need to have the county and pay some costs to the county, regardless of if they take over the mailing side of things, because like I said, they do have to do the signature verification. But I don't think that we would save very much money by bringing it in-house. They are able to capitalize on economy of scale, and they're working with us on that, and I think that it's a good thing. But before we have they will create an interlocal agreement based on this information that will come back to you, where they will. It'll just be a little bit more legalese type looking at document. And if you're interested, if you're okay to move forward with that, then I'll have Jess Bradford, the county clerk, prepare the interlocal agreement, and it will come back for you to approve at that time.
questions from the council?
Do we have money in the budget already set aside for this, at least if we're going to do it internally? Yeah.
We would, but it would actually come, some of it, obviously the election comes after, some of the election comes after July 1st. So it will be in the budget, but yeah.
We may or may not have a primary to see.
A lot of our cost depends on how many run.
So I'm just looking through the list of things that they had indicated there. One I don't understand is provide final canvass report of election results. The city is responsible to canvass their municipal election on the date designated by the county. Such results constitute the final official results of the election. Would you explain that to me?
They will go through and prepare all of the numbers. They'll prepare the documentation. I don't know if you, when we do our own counting, after everything is counted, then I put together a spreadsheet that shows the totals, summarizes the totals for each candidate in each precinct. And then it also includes, I have to do it separately. It also includes provisional ballots. I have to say how many ballots we weren't able to count, but all of that that canvassing, you have to wait until after the polls have closed. And so we can give out preliminary numbers on election night, but the actual canvas to get all of that other information, unless they've changed the law this year, you cannot post those results any sooner than 7 days, but you have to do it within 14 days. So they're following state code that way, and they will schedule with us so they can get everybody's canvas ready to them. I think as part of that, we'll just tell them when our city council falls between those days, and we'll work with them on that. But you, as the governing body of the municipality, they will provide the information, but you will have to accept canvas and actually review the information and accept it.
We're still in the loop.
Oh, yes, very much so. They will come to the recorder's office to do their declaration of candidacy. We will the recorder will be responsible for noticing. The recorder will be responsible for making sure that the campaign financial statements, things like that, are followed up on and taken care of. So we're very much the city is still very much in the loop. It's just that they will take over a lot of the mailing, the actual ballot counting, the signature verification, that type. Yep.
In this list, signature verification, but apparently that has to be, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the way
It would be their,
Original ballot verification, is that it?
yes,
Okay.
that's part of it.
they have to do that because they have the voter registration.
So maybe it's those two right together, provisional ballot verification, update voter history database. I guess. Anyway, as long as somebody's responsible for verification, I guess.
They have to do that because they're the holder of that record. So they have to do it. It's something they would have to verify anyway. So these are city tasks they would take on, but the verification, I believe because they're the holder of the record, they have to do that. We don't have voter record. We don't have the voter registration rolls.
So in past elections, Charlotte, we have had an employee from the clerk's office here
Yes.
with our people who were actually doing the work. But we had access to the county's voter registration database,
Right.
and our employees could look at the signature.
Well, the last little while, the county employees had access. They brought their laptops and they had access to their database, and they worked with our employees to verify the signatures. When we first started, things were a little bit different, and we as city staff were able to be trained through the county and utilize their software to verify signatures. But then as more and more people went to by mail election, and as more and more ideas about election fraud came about, they tightened those election rules up to the point that they were not able to allow us to get that training. So the county has to do that. At this point in time, it's my understanding the county has to do that we don't have the option to get trained to do that. So whether we contract with them or not, the county will be involved in our election through the registration and the signature verification. And in years past, we've always budgeted around, we haven't always spent that much because sometimes we haven't had a primary. But we've always looked to spend around $18,000 to $20,000 by the time you figure that we don't have to have postage for the return ballots, but we do have to mail out to every active registered voter. And then of course we have to follow up with people that come in that register during the time frame that it's still legal to register, but after the ballots have gone out, then we have to send those ballots out. So there's there's a pretty healthy expense, even if we do it in-house. We're right in that same ballpark.
Anything else, council? We'll be discussing this further in future council meetings.
I'll
Do we need to approve this as a council? Will the council need to approve this at some point?
I'll talk with Jess and they will get me an interlocal agreement, and that's what you will see as the interlocal agreement.
Which we will need to approve. Right?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Let's move on. All right. We have 2 master plans we're discussing. Item number 5 is the Master Transportation Plan, Resolution 014-2021. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution adopting the proposed Providence City, Utah Transportation Master Plan. And you have a copy of it in your packet. I know there's been a lot of comments submitted, a lot of discussion. There've been some amendments to the plan. I read Janelle's comments, most recent comments.
Yep.
Right.
I was just gonna say, we have 2 master plan items. One is the wastewater and sewer, it's just a presentation. They're here. The other transportation may take a little longer, and they are virtual. So if you want to, depending on which order you want to do those in, the transportation is first, but the other one probably is a 15-minute demonstration.
We have representatives.
And we have our representatives here for that one, if you want to go that direction, but we have the other, and CRS is online with us, so they're ready either one. So, or their offices, but.
I'd like to go ahead with the sewer master plan presentation first. Okay with that? All right, let's go ahead and do that. So that's item number 6. The council will review and discuss the proposed wastewater collection master plan. This is a presentation only. We're not considering voting on a plan. So these gentlemen are here to present their work and how far they are along.
Appreciate that. My name is Scott Archibald. I was with Stephen Wood. We're with Sunrise Engineering. We're located in North Logan. Right there. Again, as the mayor's indicated, we're just trying to give you a first snapshot of where we are with the wastewater master plan, the effort that has been taking place to this point, and where we're headed the next little bit. And so try to give you just a feel and bring you along as we are completing the master plan. So if we need a little course correction or direction or concerns in some areas, we can capture those and make sure the master plan is what covers all the elements that is needed.
So one of the things that you're doing, if I understand correctly, is what's called modeling.
That's correct.
And what modeling is doing is looking at the current system we have and determining as growth occurs, the impact on the existing system and what additional infrastructure will be needed and what its capabilities are going to need to be. And we've really never had any modeling done of our sewer system, have we, Ryan?
Not that I'm aware of.
So that means if we build it so that it is adequate to handle anticipated growth.
I just turned the time over to the mayor. He just summed everything up. So
I've had my head in this for 8 years. So
good job.
the
So you better earn your keep.
What?
I said you better earn your keep.
Yeah. No, I just
So we have a part of the city, the west side of the highway, that's zoned. We intend to zone it commercial when it comes over, unless it is already. But that's critical impact on our sewer system.
Yes, we've been looking at that and understand the impacts there. We have I think a good plan to address that.
So developing a master plan for that side of the highway for the commercial part, that part of the city that's zone commercial is critical to making future plans as far as how that's going to lay out. I appreciate those comments. I think we are addressing those. Staff highlighted those as some of our key elements in the master plan. That was definitely one of them that was brought up by Ryan and Scarlett, particularly that we addressed the west side of the highway and making sure that that was an area that would be serviced. So that is definitely an item that we've been focusing on through this process. Yes.
South of 1700 South, there's some area that we have had visits from property owners, and some of that property is not in our city.
Right.
Is that being considered as well? Some of
Yes.
it's in the county and some of it is in Millville.
Yes, we've had discussions with Ryan, and actually I came 2 weeks ago to a meeting with a couple of those property owners. Discuss some of the potential options there.
And they want to be in Providence.
I believe so, yes. And so we were looking at how to also include them.
And Scarlett, there's how many parcels?
I think there's 9.
9 parcels, and how many are in the county? How many in Providence?
I think there's
4 or 5.
4 or 5 in the, I think there's 4 or 5 in the county. And then there's 1 parcel, 2 parcels that are in Providence. And I think there's 4 or 5 in the county. And then they want us to work with a neighboring city as well on maybe changing some boundary lines there, but that's a topic for another discussion. But I do think, Scott, it would be nice to take just a second and explain, similar to how you did with the Planning Commission, how utilizing this plan, how the council and the plan interact.
Yeah, let me, sorry, I kind of where I was headed. Let me do a little bit of presentation, and I'll try to be brief, but then if you have questions, interrupt into that. And let me just kind of give you an overview of where we've been. As indicated, obviously we've looked at the growth, projected that, and we try to look at kind of decades. So rightly, we have the current population of 2020. We look out 10 years, 2030, what are things going to be in 2030? How many people is going to be served? The reasons for that is for impact fees and sort of like and costs and immediate needs and immediate concerns and areas that need to be improved upon. And we look out, the master plan really covers a 20-year period. So we look out to 2040, and in this model that we've built for the collection system, we look at what the flows are going to be and look and try to start projecting the bigger needs in that area. And then we also do one little snapshot and try to project growth out to 2070. The only reason why we do that is just the size improvements that would be coming in 2030, 2035, that they're actually size adequate and no budget and planning for that. So we've kind of taken a snapshot of that growth and looked at that in that way. We installed a wastewater meter in some manholes in 3 locations throughout the community, and it also took the meter readings at the 2 locations as waste leaves Providence and goes into Logan. And we've analyzed that data along with the water meter readings for the city during the winter months when no irrigation is going on. And we've concluded that we don't have, our meters are working fine. We do not have a meter problem with Logan. They're reading, Ryan, that comparisons between what we were getting between Logan and all is a good thing. Your flows do tend to be just a little bit higher than some of the neighboring communities of your size in the valley, as we've done master plans for Smithfield and Hyde Park and some parts of Logan. Not a lot higher, but just a little bit. As we look at the annual data and look at it and going over, we do see a little bit of an uptick in the monthly flows during the spring of the year, and then it drops back off in the fall. There could be many reasons why that is there. It could be just irrigation throughout the community in lawns. It could be the canal network. It could be many, things like that of why additional water that is getting into the system, either through the tops of the manholes or through pipes or for some reason. It is difficult to identify exactly where that is happening. We are in the process of trying to look at some additional readings and try to isolate to see if we can determine if there's a specific sector of town that's going to be doing that. We're working with Ryan in doing that here this next month. So that is one item. Ryan, would you mind going to the next slide? Basically, this slide just talks about the growth projections that we used. I won't get into the details of that, but on essentially each house, I will just summarize that. Per capita basis, we're running about up to 83 gallons per capita per day. In the city of Providence, some of your neighboring communities are around 77. Some are higher. Don't say that you're just higher. I mean, there's some that are above that, but you tend to be on just a little bit of the upper end of that. The state average for design, if you don't have a system, is 100. So you're still below what the state would look at you as if you were designing a brand new city. If you were Millville and just starting off, they would want you to design your system for 100. So you're still below that, but you are just a little bit more. We've been, as I indicated, looking to do some additional things to reduce that. Yes, let's go to this. This graph that you see here on your screen is what we call a diurnal curve. This is an overlay of all of the meter readings throughout that we took, and we've laid them out over a 24-hour period. So you can see how in the early mornings, 2, 3, 4 is your lowest time, and as 8, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning is when that peak that comes through the system reaches up to 1.8 of the average. So we're trying to see how much flow, how big of we have to not oversize. How do we have to size pipes to handle that peak flow that comes through the system? So right now we're seeing a max peak coming in about 1.8 of your average, which is fine. I mean, everybody has these peaks that come in the morning, and as a city gets more commercialized, that flow becomes the peaks level out a little bit and aren't as pronounced. And then it tailors off in the afternoon. Then we see a little bit of a bump up in the evening as people come home from work, which would be anticipated. And then in the early morning of the day drops off. So this is kind of the data. So we use this data, we plug this into the wastewater model that we've generated for the collection system. And so we actually go into each manhole and determine how many homes are on it. We plug this curve in, the producing this rate. That's how we generate the computer model that then allows us to then do these growth projections and stuff like that. We do apply the growth. In Providence, most of your available land is kind of around the perimeter. We've looked at your master plan and worked with staff, make sure we understand where that growth is coming. And then we've applied for your zoning, your current zoning, how that increased growth would apply in those areas, primarily around the fringes. You did have a little bit of an infill put in the whole part of town, but not too much.
Well, one thing to note is you can see the time frame, but this is the time frame it hit the meter. So it's not necessarily the time frame that everybody wasn't up at 8 to 10 o'clock. At that point, there is a delay. And I just kind of highlight that, probably a peak before people go to work. They're probably not going from 8 to 10, but we are, yeah.
So it takes an hour and a half for stuff to.
Anyway, just to kind of give an idea of how that is.
Interesting things that you never thought about, right? but the inner workings of your wastewater system. This is an overall map of the collection system of your infrastructure, and
So this is the size. This are the size lines.
Yes, this is all the red lines showing here are 8-inch lines. 10-inch lines are blue, 12 are green, and yellow are 15-inch lines. And that one magenta line leaving through the business district and heading across the Country Club Golf Course is 18-inch lines that goes down to a lift station on 10th West. That's part of the overall system. And so over these lines, you can kind of see a white or a little highlighted area. Those are the areas where we actually went out and surveyed every manhole and dipped every invert in the manhole to find the flow line. And that's what belongs to the model. So the model doesn't go into every cul-de-sac. We, for budget purposes, didn't measure every cul-de-sac and everything at this point. Maybe in the future you'll know that, but what we've done is we've taken the trunk and the main branches of the system, and that's what the model is based off of. And that's how we reflected that in this is letting you know what we have actually surveyed. And wastewater systems are different than water systems. Water systems under pressure, sewer systems are open channel flow, and so the slope of that pipe is how we determine its capacity of flow. And so it's very critical that we understand. So we've gone and modeled that and put that in the system. So this is just an overall of the existing system. You can see your boundaries and your neighboring communities there. If you turn to the next page, there's two main criteria in a wastewater collection system that we look at to see how healthy your system is. We look at when the model is if you have an 8-inch pipe, what we call the D over D ratio. D is the depth of water at peak flow over the diameter of the pipe. So if you have an 8-inch pipe and it's 4 inches full, that ratio would be 0.5. Okay. So if that ratio is 0.7 or less, we say everything's good. At 0.7, then we start saying, hey, you got to be concerned. Actually, I take that back. I got to go ahead of myself. Up to 0.5, everything's good. Between 0.5 and 0.7, we start saying it's caution. We need to start planning to replace this line. Out over 0.7, we start saying we really need to start replacing this line or upsizing it to be able to handle the flows, or maybe we put a parallel line next to it. Okay. So this map that is up and is showing is your existing conditions and the results of the model as of today, 2021. And as you notice, probably 99% of the community is green, which means you're less than, that ratio is less than 0.5. So as of today, we're doing really well. Where you start seeing a little bit of problems in yellow and in red is on that main outfall line going through the golf course that takes waste to the lift station, which is then pumped to the treatment facility in Logan. Okay, that will be a common theme as we go through the future projections over the next 10, 20 years out.
Scott, can I interrupt you 1 second to clarify?
Yes, you may.
Ryan, do you want to highlight the annexation policy area? That's a red line, but that's not a sewer line right now. That's just a boundary. That's not,
Good point.
not the
Good
sewer.
point. That big red line around the bottom is just a boundary of where we propose. Maybe probably need to pick a different color on that one. It's supposed to be
Kind of an orangish, but the red's up here.
Yep.
That is on that Logan line. We have the red in these areas.
Thanks. But yes, the system is very healthy. You have great slopes. The infrastructure that way is good. The main problem is this line that is basically leaving the community and going down to 10th West. As you go out to 2030, Ryan, if you would mind.
2030.
Going
2030 here.
You're there.
I got 2030.
2030, you can just see that outfall line starts to have a little bit more problems. Go to 2040. Again, it just starts to increase in that problem areas. You start to have more. That line is actually a difficult line. It crosses the highway, goes through the golf course, under the river, under the railroad tracks, and gets to 10th West. So under the railroad tracks, under the river, through the highway are all bores if you were to replace it. very expensive to do. We can't open dig those. Also the dewatering of the Logan and the golf course area, that's an area of groundwater. So options and expense in that, we need to make sure we're planning for the replacement of that line or potentially other options if we decide not to replace that line and do something different, which we are looking at a couple other options on that.
On that line, there's one point that I wouldn't mind bringing up.
Can you talk into the mic? Make sure.
Sorry. So right now with the model as it stands, we're modeling 100% of Providence flows. That as soon as the sewer system leaves the Providence city boundary, Logan starts putting flows into those pipes. So that outfall line that's going across the golf course isn't carrying just Providence waste. It's carrying some large amounts of Logan. So where we see yellow, yellow and red today, that's only indicating Providence flows and their impacts to that pipe. So that area is actually in a much more critical state than what we're currently showing. We're working right now with a couple of the Logan City engineers to get more accurate data to add their flows into that line to actually project its current health. Right now, those yellow areas are probably red. And if we had a color, those red areas would probably be black. And so that. I know the images you only see, it's mostly green and there's a couple yellow and red. But in actuality, that's only the impact of the Providence flows and not the Logan City flows impacting that line.
So I have a question because I'm not sure I quite understand. Like, it's all in one pipe at that point. Can you sort out who's stuck with
We
which?
do have a meter in which
Yes,
Providence-
we have our own meter going in, so we know how much is going in
Okay.
and how much is coming out.
Providence City
Okay.
pays per
Good
1,000
question.
gallons for Logan City.
Right.
So you have a meter that accurately measures exactly how much Providence is discharging. So we do know the percentage ratio of
But Logan's responsible for
your joint partner.
we're joint partners, so they're proportionally, we will, that line is at risk of, not-
Needing to be replaced
So what you're
at some
telling
point.
us
I can't get a plunger out. I gotta,
is you guys have figured out that Logan's got a problem, and you're letting Logan know, by the way,
We've been in contact with them and we're trying to, yes.
but it's not
but it's-
something we caused, it's a Logan.
Well, originally that line was put in by Providence City.
You paid for it.
We paid for it and put in, and then there was an agreement, I believe, if I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. At some point, they said, hey, can we tie on and put some stuff on? We'll put a
Was this
meter in
after
up-
the meter or before the meter?
After the meter, sometimes say, hey, we'll put a meter up here, we'll monitor meter
So
Providence.
Providence put the pipe in, but now it's being shared.
It is being shared and they would maintain it, they've taken care of it for 20, 30
But
years.
we would have a cost to replace it.
Yeah.
It would be a prorated portion for us to replace. So we build it and then we have to replace it too at our proportional share of the usage. So there is a significant cost to that is coming up.
Size the line, if we build out, is our lift station down there on 10th West adequate?
It goes out a little ways. Haven't been able to get all of the data on that capacity of that. I've had actually more conversations with them today about that. They're in the 2020 plan, it'll need more upgrades. I just haven't been able to tell you when, and it's a 5-year need out, and I'm working on trying to solve that problem. I've been working with Cameron and Joe at Logan, and he wasn't able to give me the data this week. So he's trying to tell me how much more capacity is in that lift station.
So now they put from the lift station in to where to go to 6 North or something like that, where and west, they put that in. So would we have any participation in that? Are they under the cement road now with that big 24-inch line or whatever they got down there?
Needed to be upside to Providence Road, and yes, coming to Providence requesting.
We have all the facilities from the lift station, the force main, and that you put in and that we're cost sharing. Yes, we would have to look at those costs. So there's a potential some additional costs with the lift station and the force main when they reach their capacity. I don't have those numbers for you tonight.
And that Force Main is underneath that concrete road at 10th West, right?
Yes, it is. And you are right, it goes to Six North.
6 North, I believe.
Yeah, and then it goes down to the headworks of the treatment facility.
Or by Alpco or
Yep.
somewhere like that.
Yep. You're familiar with that.
I have one question while I've interrupted you here a little bit. A number of years ago, Dee Barnes and I looked at the outfall going past the manhole on 100 North, just about the point, a little below where Spring Creek Parkway comes in. Time looked at it. Boy, at that time, it looked like we were already 50%. The DOD, you call it 50% there. Now I see new growth coming up on several areas to the north and east, and also looks like there's some area now that might come in between east of me up there on Fox Ridge and stuff like that. There's some more development there. How close are we to the DOD on that pipe in that location? Would we have to, I'm talking about where Spring Creek Parkway comes in, connects together with the main going down 100 North where it goes out and across the highway. When we upsize, are we going to have to come back to the east a ways, at least the Spring Creek Parkway, and catch that?
I can get you exactly on it. I just know from my stuff right now is currently even out 20 years, you're still not over that 50% flow. If we want to pick the exact one and go into the model and put out, I can't.
You're talking from Spring Creek Parkway over to the highway.
Underneath the highway now. I recall we looked at that manhole at that time, and I don't know what peak hour it was or whatever, but boy, it looked like the DOD was about 45 then.
I'm sorry, I was thinking of the wrong segment. You're talking just right here on this going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's from this intersection here. Right there coming down.
I haven't seen a lot of,
What's that?
I have not seen a lot of scary problems with that area myself.
Okay.
And there's the scariest part that I had them look into deeper was been our second west and first north, where I've seen the higher volumes on those peak hours. But the line where it crosses under first north, right in front of Pier 49, that manhole is the one that is more in question related to Spring Creek Parkway, I would think.
As soon as we cross the west side of the highway and start going there is where we start having our issues. The reason for that is we have probably 2/3 of the community coming in on the highway line, and then it ties in with everything else and then goes that direction. The city's, got pretty good branches up through it, plus the slope of the ground and topography is pretty good. And so, but as everything comes together at that point and goes west, that's where we start seeing our biggest problem.
I hadn't thought of that. At the time, we did not have the 100 south nor the 300 south line. It all came down first.
Yeah, they made some things, or
Yeah.
they've diverted some flows, come and alleviated a lot of that and taken those west.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah.
So, yeah, they've over time, they've blocked some manholes and rerouted and diverted a good chunk of the community down to the highway and then brought it over. Good questions, and been around, know the system well. One other measuring stick that we use in besides the DOD ratio is just the velocity of the flow in the pipes, just to help keep them clean. If the velocity drops below 2 feet per second, then you have a potential of sediment building up in them, and the need for cleaning and maintenance goes up with that. And it's kind of the opposite effect with the D/D ratio. The higher the D/D ratio, the actually more velocity you get and it's counting. So where we run in and see problems is typically where we have lower flows, cul-de-sacs where we have just a few homes on it. Obviously the velocities in those areas are below 2 feet per second. That's what is recommended by the state.
to keep pipes clean and scoured and keep things moving down. So the next couple maps, primarily you're in good shape and throughout, but obviously in lines that only have a few homes in, cul-de-sacs, or just areas that only have a handful of homes on existing, those areas, that velocity is not over 2. There's nothing you can do. The state requires you to put 8-inch lines in. So they understand that. It's just part of your maintenance program that you're going and clean those and take care of those. And Rob is doing a good job of that. As we project flows in the branches of the system, those velocities pick up as the flows go, as the projections go, and the system gets healthier. We don't see any problems through the velocity side of things, other than just the normal maintenance things that are needed due to not having enough connections on segments of lines. Just to talk about the west side a little bit, make sure we're kind of understanding how we're seeing the projection there. I think that's our last slide there, Ryan. One of the options that we're looking at is, thanks for zooming in on that, that green dot would be a potential lift station area. The orange line would be a general location of where a gravity collection system would be proposed. We've laid out actually, it's kind of in a little funnel area, so that roadway and where that location is, it kind of funnels down to that from both sides, the north and the south, and the topography, and we're able to gravity flow some lines back along the river on the east side of the river down to those points. And then you'd have a force main, that purple line that would go up 17 and then cross the highway and tie onto the existing system. So there is a couple landowners that are on the other side of the river there, west. If they were to come in to be annexed into the community, the river being a big barrier, we'd probably look at just a little localized small man lift station for them, just to pump back up to this one. And then this one would be a little bit larger size to handle that. But that is what we're looking at as far as how to sewer that area. We have some conceptual grades and elevations that we'll propose in the master plan. We don't need to get into that. It actually flows and works very well in that area and can be worked into. Questions on how that would work? The question would be to you is, do you put some of this infrastructure in, or just the backbone of it, maybe part of the collection line, a small lift station, and force me back up and charge it in impact fees as that develops? Just something for you to be thinking of. There's a couple of approaches, or you say, here's the master plan, build it as development comes in, or do you do a little bit of take both of those concepts? Do you put part of the infrastructure in, maybe underneath the highway? That would be a big expense for a landowner, but then recapture those costs back on impact fees for that, and then let them build it as part of their development, the rest of it. So just be thinking of how you may want to approach that concept. I can provide you the numbers and stuff like that, but actually the policy and how you want to go about that is up to you.
Just one real quick one. On this one, you'll see we do have this subdivision that is being, construction is going to start fairly soon. Keep in mind that this needs to be able to gravity feed over and down, and that you haven't included on. But so anyway, just keep that in mind that they are having their own. But anyway, we can look at that. But they are looking to have a lift station at theirs, push it up right now, and at some future point looking to gravity feed it back. So
those areas in the gray that aren't developed at this point, we can match, development, and as they come in, we can look at each one. kind of a chicken and egg, which parcel comes first and.
It's coming pretty soon.
Well, that one is, but how do the other ones
Yeah,
develop?
right.
Did you get easements through it or not? Where that yellow, the southernmost tip of that yellow line, which is the 15-inch line that's along the highway, it's pretty shallow. It's not very deep. So to catch it from the south, maybe a little bit of a struggle unless we come in from the east side of it. Does that make sense? But we're just paralleling right along the highway. Maybe a little bit of a tough time to reach into it. So it just depends on where we're coming in. And that may need to, what I'm saying is with that comment is that it may need to flow west down to the road, down to the lift, down by the river, and then come back up and pumping it because we can't quite make it. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Questions for me other than
I just have a small comment, and that is when we met a few weeks ago and spent, a significant amount of time going over this. My takeaway and what I went home and talked to my husband about is that Logan has us by the jugular with sewage. And I appreciate that Ryan's looking into alternative options, for long-term, as that pipe seems to be inevitable in our future. I'm looking forward to seeing other options besides Logan charging us so much.
At this point, there's 3 treatments that we're looking at, remaining with Logan, going to Highlands.
You'll need to talk to the mic.
Sorry. Currently, we're looking at 3 different treatment options. Right now, the master plan is a collection system master plan. So to really dive into full treatment, we're getting kind of a 10,000 foot view on these treatment things to understand if it's worth investigating further. Kind of that whole why spend $100,000 more to do a design if it didn't work in the first place, kind of that idea. And so we're looking at the possibility of going to Hiram, possibility of developing our own for Providence City, or continuing to Logan. Those are kind of the 3 treatment options. And we are exploring those, and we'll do see your existing money that you're dedicating to Logan could be better utilized if it's dedicated to Providence, individual one.
I was just shocked at the amount of money we spent.
Yes,
to Logan.
and so that is something that Scott and I are currently working on, is that financial breakdown to see if it is cost effective to go a different route. We'd like to.
So the one option, we treated wastewater themselves. I assume that would be by the river. And which is where you had that lift station situated.
Lift station.
So, and then you would not be pumping, so you would not have a second pressurized pipe going back under the highway. So there's that collection system, the stair steps along the highway back to kind of the core of the business area. We could actually flow right down here, Global Life, where the meter is, and take it back along the river and catch that and make the whole city there.
Well, that would sure be wonderful if we could work something like that out.
That's just a little kind of
Preview.
of what you could have, yeah. So it may be a viable.
Thank you. Looks like a crappy job.
We do have lots of video if you want to see it. Anybody that wants to see video, we've got lots of movie, whole library full.
I'm glad you didn't tell any dirty jokes.
Some more meters, you're welcome to join us.
Thank you very much.
Ken has, and Scott. Oh, okay, before you leave,
Ken.
can you use a microphone so we,
The purpose of the mics is so people at home can hear.
and we have an audio record.
Kent Dunkley, 2 weeks ago when we met, we talked about the idea on 1700 South of going west into the Logan City sewer that way. Was anything looked into there?
Part of that collection system area on the west side of the highway includes a line coming up 17th to the highway that would need to, as a backbone to facilitate that area too. So
I think what Ken's talking about is to go to the lift station of the other lift station of Logan's and going through, but we did investigate that as a possibility. And they still have problems with theirs, and there's just not capacity at this point to do that. And the cost they've put significant amount of cost into finding it. There are issues. They don't know where all their issues are. And for us to go and find their issues and then for us to feed it just isn't feasible with that. I don't mean to, no, I think that's the question you're asking.
I'm sorry.
So anyway, no, I clarify the question. So if you have an additional answer.
In the other statement, a couple of years ago, Mayor asked us to manage the area by and a couple of other property owners down along 1700 South to talk about the city boring under the intersection there to take the sewer to the other side. And that was in the meeting a couple of weeks ago too. That's going to come before the council, we understand, at some point in time to see if you are on board bearing that expense and then letting the landowners pick up the cost of the sewer expanding west on 1700 South. I don't know if that's been a discussion item for the council or not, but it was brought up and it's kind of been in the sidelines for a while, but we have great interest to see if the city would, like the mayor said a couple of years ago, bear the cost of boring under that intersection.
Because we're going to have a boring crew with a fiber project, we have visited with them about their boring crew, that there's a potential. So we are looking at the options.
Just make sure you get the size of the lines right there. The fiber optic will cut it.
Well, they have a different boring system, but you're right.
That is part of our master plan, is to include that as part of one of the options. And again, just whether or not you front that up, as I was indicating before, or push it all to the developers as a policy issue that will have costs, and how that'll be, if you want to recoup some of that in the impact fee portion, you can, or not, so those will be just policy things that you'll be thinking of how you want to approach that. But that is part of the master plan with that boring underneath.
So how we would structure that is, to answer Kent's question, has not been resolved. And part of the answer is go through this sewer master plan, because considering the different options and how the numbers play out is going to could have a vastly different impact. So, yes.
Could have a different in size. The discussion of size of that bore would also make a difference.
Right. Yeah. And so whether it's impact fees or some other arrangement with the property owners or mechanism, we still have yet to figure out. That's correct. But it's critical that your project be done and your recommendations be submitted to get to that. Right. Yes.
Should we not talk about septic tanks then now at this point?
Septic tanks, I thought those went away about, what, 38 years ago? You were here, Kent, weren't you, when they put sewers the whole city?
300 feet. Yeah, that's typically the. I understand what you're referring to is if there's not infrastructure within 300 feet, then you are allowed to put a septic in.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So this is just the presentation discussion item. You guys will be back.
Yes, we'll be back.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. We'll go back to our other master plan discussion, and that's on the master transportation plan. We have an option of adopting the master transportation plan. Ryan has his comments he wants to make.
Yeah, I submitted mine to both the engineer and to both engineers, and given a copy to the staff, a copy to the council. I think there is some things that could be modified and updated. So we could take either discuss through some of the possible options, changes to the plan, have them as conditions so that the plan could be approved with conditions, or if it's not ready, to be able to send back comments for the engineers to revise and come back. So anyway, that's kind of options. I'd make sure that you know, we're respectful. We've got a fair amount of time passed on our agenda, but if we need to and we can come to that, we are looking forward to the adoption at some point, but while I think it's really close, that'll be up to you guys to determine whether it's close enough or whether you want it to spend more time at it. So.
So I have a question, Ryan, if the council decides to not tonight, I could need additional work. Is there any consequence to not approving it tonight?
No, there's not a consequence to not approving it tonight.
So there may be some council members who want to make sure we get the i's dotted and the t's crossed.
That's clearly an option. It's clearly an option, but it also is an option to adopt either way. But
It's one of your goals for the year, right? To get this plan adopted. Huh?
yes, it is. Yes, it is. But
Fiscal year.
calendar year, but fiscal year would be awesome.
So if I might, I would obviously love to see this done too, but I think Ryan sent an extensive list to the engineers. No one was CC'd on my list, but I sent a list a week or so ago to the engineers. Janelle sent a list, and I guess I'm curious if Brent and Josh feel like it's ready since they were on the steering committee, but based on those 3 lists alone, I feel like those adjustments need to be made before we approve.
Yeah, I agree with that. There are a couple of things that changed since I've seen it too that I just look at. I mean, I could go either way, but I'd like to see the list.
Can I resubmit my list since everyone ignored it?
I did resubmit it to them, to
Okay.
the engineers. I did resubmit that after we had talked. So I have resubmitted your list. I should have resubmitted Carrie's and I apologize.
Double check that they got my list.
They are online and you're welcome to ask them. So I will bring up their faces, their nice, good looking faces, and we'll have them be able to speak for themselves. So.
So currently I see lists for Janelle Seeley and from Ryan. Those are the ones that I've received.
We also got the one from Carrie Kirk too. So Ryan, as we talked, when we got all those lists, the idea that you and I talked about was that we would see if there was any other comments come out of the meeting tonight, that we would address them in one more round, and then we'd be done with all the comments. So that's what our game plan was, unless something has changed.
That's fine. So at that point, you're not looking for the chance for, I know we talked about 2 different options, another draft or conditions on this draft. So if you're looking for another draft and that, I don't know whether you've had a chance to update some of those comments, or maybe if there's any clarification you'd like on those comments, you can get that at this point. So anyway.
No, I think the comments, Scott and I went through the comments, you and I went through them, Ryan. I think for the most part, they're pretty clear. I don't see anything that I think is not doable. And so, I mean, some of it is probably maybe misunderstanding, and I don't think there's any really that conflict each other, although there are a couple that may slightly do that, but I don't think there's anything that's that I would say we need to really go over unless you guys want to go over them specifically.
Now, did you get Christine's? I sent it at the same point I forwarded on.
Yes, we addressed Christina's back when we were doing the steering committee with Brent and Josh.
So I just said, maybe you just didn't like my comments, and I understand that just because I say something doesn't mean it's right. But my big thing is, I still don't think we need parallel parking on First North. Why are we doing that? Because I think it'll create more, people will be doing U-turns there instead. I mean, a ton of people park there to watch baseball and pull in and out. And there's so much width right there. I'm not understanding why that's a hazard. I think it'll be more of a hazard with parallel parking. That's my main comment, or for you guys to please take into consideration again.
You have a page number, and I'll pull up I can toss it up. You have a page number on that one?
Page 6.
Okay.
Well, that's just where you break it out, for the priority.
It's in table 6, is it not, Christina?
I don't know. There's a lot of pages.
Table 6? Not table 6.
Excuse me, table 1. Sorry about
Table
that.
1 on page 6.
Page
So,
6, table 1.
yeah, just like the 100 north.
So Christina, on that, Ryan's comment, and also I believe it was Janelle's comment, was that those are possible solutions. They're not recommendations. In other words, we're going to change the title of that column to possible solutions instead of recommendations.
Okay.
So there was one other thing I wanted to bring up, and this is probably good for discussion and not just me saying it, because it's part of the executive summary. And so it's like one of the primary goals. In fact, it's primary goal number 1. And it's just a wording thing. But it says maintain and improve mobility within Providence City for all user, placing a focus on moving people and not vehicles. But I feel like it needs to be moving people and vehicles. I want to have a progressive vision, but I feel like part of this is moving vehicles. And so I feel like that it doesn't change anything about the master plan necessarily, because we've gone with the vision of different modes of transportation, but we are looking at moving vehicles as well.
That was also comment, believed by Ryan, if I'm not mistaken, and I don't see any problem with changing that to say moving vehicles and people, or people and vehicles, however.
Yes, I think we brought that up in one of our discussions, that it had to include vehicles.
Would including the word just and not just vehicles be what you were looking for?
I think it's
Moving
just
people
getting,
and vehicles, just taking out not.
take the word not out.
Okay.
I also am going to go through my list. I sent a couple pages of comments on the first draft, and I'm going to go through that and make sure those have been addressed. I didn't do that. I wanted to just give a full new vision this time, but I want to make sure those comments were addressed. And so I'll be double checking that on the next draft.
Okay.
And I want to make sure we get all those comments too, because I struggle sometimes when we have so many iterations of these. I can't read all 200 pages every single time. So sometimes I'm referencing the changes to see how they've been incorporated. Does that make sense? Yeah. I'm assuming you're the same way. You can't do a reread of the whole thing every time it's changed. Yeah. I'm looking for red lines.
Can you send a red line and a clean version? Can you do both in the way you're doing it, so that they can get a red line version plus the clean version?
Sure.
I don't have to red line a map, but trying to figure that one out.
They're engineers. I'm sure they can
Or
figure it
even
out.
comments about what was changed, like just a memo on the changes. I really
It's
do
simple enough to
appreciate the amount of
PDF.
work. I really do appreciate the amount of work that this is, and I think it's an astronomical project and so needed for Providence, which is why we want to get it right and not approve it until we're sitting comfortable with it, because it's essential, and I appreciate what you're doing.
I agree. I agree. We want to make sure we get it right.
And we're so close, right?
Maybe they can send a list and check that whatever comments you've sent them, and just check it that it's been addressed.
Or at least considered. I mean, there might be.
Well, they can
comments that-
say, you know, if they weren't going to address that, then
This is why not.
this is why not.
This is why it won't work.
And you don't get that on the red line. You would only get that if they sent back your list.
Okay.
All right. So we will continue this. Make a motion to continue.
If you don't act on it, it will be continued. So you can make a motion, you can do either one, but It will continue the next one if you don't,
Continue.
but
We're good. We can just move on. Good?
Yep.
All right. Item number 8, we covered item 7 previously. Reaffirmation ordinance 2020. 004, Providence City Council will consider and may take action on ordinance reaffirming ordinance 2020-004, an ordinance granting a request to disconnect 0.4 acre parcel located south of 700 south in the general area of 300 west. Scarlett, you want to give us this? This is
So annex,
something we've already approved, but it expired.
right, and we have to do this every once in a while. We try really hard to have all the pieces ready, but sometimes for whatever reason, it's not. With annexation and disconnection, state codes has some timeframes, and the lieutenant governor's office has no grace period. So on a disconnection, we have to have all of the documentation back to them within 30 days. And in order to do the work that they had to prepare the map, for some reason well, not for some reason, actually, it's quite hard to get maps prepared within 30 days. In fact, they changed the annexation time frame a little while ago, a couple of years ago, to 60 days. And I don't know why they didn't change the disconnection at the same time. When I talked to the lieutenant governor's office, that's what they explained to me. And so we now have all of the pieces. We have the original ordinance that was adopted in May. We have the plat that has been signed by both the city and the county. So it's ready to go. The only piece remaining, and I have the draft ready, I just have to change the dates, is a notice of impending boundary adjustment that I send as kind of a cover letter with this. So what we're asking of you tonight is just to reaffirm the ordinance that we passed in May, so that I can put that packet together and have everything to the lieutenant's governor's office within the 30-day time frame.
So, can I make a motion?
That'd be wonderful.
I would like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 2021-003, the reaffirm ordinance of 2020-004.
Motion from Council Member Act. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Council Member Paulson. Further discussion, comments? Go ahead and vote. All right. All in favor of approving ordinance 2021-003, reaffirmation of ordinance passed last year, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Unanimous. We're done.
Thank you.
All right.
And thank you from the Simmons. I'm sure they'll be happy when I can get this all done for them.
Okay, we have 2 development agreements, item 9 and 10. The first one is Shoreline Estates, second one is Ballard Springs, which we're all familiar with. Resolution 011-2021 Development Agreement. Providence City Council will consider and may take action on the resolution approving the development and public improvement installation agreement for Shoreline Estates subdivision phase 1, a 23-lot, single-family residential subdivision phase located in the general area of 700 East Spring Creek Parkway. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 11-2021, the development agreement for the Shoreline Estates subdivision, phase 1, 23 lot subdivision, single family.
Motion from Council Member Speth. Do I have a second? Second from Council Member Seeley.
If I could make some comments.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, we have the developers in the audience too. We have Charlie Fulmer is here, Steve Earle, their engineer, and also Paul Gibbons are in the audience. One of the engineers in the firm in Cash Landmark, Lance Anderson, called and is questioning our ordinance. Ryan's getting there, Title 8. Chapter 1, go down to 21. And then kind of scroll So you get to the part where it talks about how to. In our ordinance, in Title 8, Chapter 1, Section 21, it talks about how we determine the number of acre feet that we're going to require for water dedication as development comes into our city. And when we put this ordinance together, they used averages. I'm not exactly sure if it came from Division of Drinking Water. I'm not sure where they got the averages exactly, but it's 0.45 acre feet for interior use. And then outdoor use, they do consider the size of the lot a little bit. I received a letter today from Mr. Fulmer's, let's see, actually I didn't get it signed. Paul actually emailed it to me, and I'm not sure if Paul drafted this or Lance or just exactly who, but anyway, they're asking us to consider one more step. We have a step between, I believe it's a quarter acre of a lot and then greater, and they would like us to look at a step over 0.44 acres. This would be an ordinance change rather than an exception, because there's not anything different about the large lot in this area than in other areas. Now, across the street to the east, some of those large lots, they're in a little bit different situation, but these lots will be able to have the fire flow. They'll be able to have they're below zone, they're in zone 2.
2 and 3, but it's all much lower in elevation. The area is much lower in elevation, therefore they won't have pressure issues like the east end of Little Baldy did.
So these large lots, we can't think of anything that would make these large lots exceptional that you could give a one-time exception for this. So if you choose to consider making that change, it would be an ordinance change. This is one of the things, after I got this letter from the Fulmer family this morning, I hurried and I got a hold of Ryan and made sure that he had some time that he could work us into a Zoom meeting and grab the executive staff. And we went over this to make sure, which included our city attorney, Chad Woolley. And so the developers aren't going to like to hear this, but our recommendation is that if this is a direction you want to go, this would be an ordinance change, and we really should get through that ordinance change process in order to make this change in the development agreement. Is that fair?
So if the council decides that's what they want to do, we would hold up this development agreement?
Yes. Now, I will tell you, the developer has signed construction drawings. The developer has a letter of credit in place. They are working on changing the expiration date on that letter of credit, but it is a valid letter of credit for 1 year right now. And so they're working hard to meet all their requirements. It's just that the research and stuff, they got it to me today, and we turned it around to act on it as quickly as we got it, because I didn't know for sure what they would be recommending. I knew they would be doing something, but until we actually got it in writing. And so then we met as quickly as we could gather everybody together. And after discussing, that's what we came up with, was that it would be an ordinance change.
But they could proceed as is with the original calculation. They could proceed as is, and that wouldn't hold them up. So it would kind of be the choice of, if you want to reduce the amount of water dedication, that would come back to the ordinance and would have to change. So because we don't want to treat them any different than we treat everyone else. And if our ordinance is wrong, then we need to come back to that, not just grant a special condition. But they could proceed as is with. Well, then it would, once the ordinance was changed, then the development agreement because it's based, it would come back to that. It would be based on that. So the development agreement would change by a natural course. That would be up to them, but at that point, they could proceed with a dedication as outlined. If they did that, they could proceed it forward. And like Scarlett said, they have approved drawings and well, an ordinance would always require a public hearing. So you are possibly, yes. Yes.
We could still approve this tonight, is what you're saying.
If the developer would be willing to, if the developer is willing to move forward with the development agreement as is in your packet, not as shown on this letter that I handed out to you just at the beginning of the meeting. They've got the change here on how they would like to see that water requirement. If they're willing to move forward with the development agreement as is, which means they would at this present time dedicate roughly 8 acre feet more than what they would like to dedicate, where the difference would be about a little over 8 acre feet. If they were willing to move forward like that, then you could approve the development agreement tonight. If they want to wait for this, then you would need to do the ordinance change so that this would be a valid change.
So we can consider it an ordinance change. It doesn't mean we've decided that's what we're gonna do.
No, you haven't decided what you're gonna do until you actually do the ordinance change. Up until that time.
Right, so there's no guarantee.
Right.
We have made a motion to approve the development agreement as it is written in our packet.
Yes.
This is an 11th hour, so to speak, hand out a sheet with a possible calculation of the amount of water required. If we approve the motion tonight, they can move forward as they have proposed in the packet. We can also then amend the motion that we study this and see if we would like to change the ordinance. I'm not so sure without input, I can say we ought to change the ordinance. We ought to see if we want to change the ordinance tonight. What's that?
But you can't make,
It tonight anyway, we have to do.
No, I understand that, but I want some time to review
Yeah.
this and have some input from our engineers and to be able to know if this is really true. I mean, if this is really what we should be doing. And so the only other thing we could do is approve the development agreement as is, and then possibly make a second a motion that we give some consideration to this, or just we will give some consideration to this. Maybe it doesn't have to be a motion. I don't know. But this is the 11th hour thing. It's hard to determine if what we've got here is valid. I mean, we need to do some studying. Yeah, so I stand by my motion. The motion's been made and seconded. So.
So then can we hear from the developer?
Right. Thank you, Scarlett, for taking it seriously first. Appreciate that. So we would like to move forward with the packet as it currently is. Trusting your.
Will you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Paul Gibbons, Charlie Forrest, CPA. So deal with him on more than just taxes. But so yes, we'd like to move forward with the development agreement as is. We request that this is phase 1, and so we've got 2 other phases on the other side of the road, and so we'd request that you take a look at this, and we do think there's an issue here, and so we appreciate you taking a look at that. That's on the side. We'll certainly consider it. Thank you, Paul. All right, we have a motion on the table. Any further questions, discussion? Can I call for a vote? Yes. All right, let's call for a vote. All in favor of approving resolution 011-2021 development agreement for the Shoreline Estates subdivision phase 1, say aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none. Unanimous. Passes. Thank you. All right.
It's.
If they wanted to,
Studying it right now.
they can make an application. We have an application process for somebody that wants to make or recommend a code change. They can make an application. That is an application process. We can get with you. Yes.
I'll email you, Paul.
Okay. We call it petition for an ordinance.
There's an application for an ordinance change.
Okay, item number 10, resolution 012, 2021 development agreement, Providence City Council will consider and may take action on the resolution approving a development and public improvement installation agreement for Ballard Springs subdivision, a 39 lot residential planned unit development located in the general area of 515 West and 5th South. Do I have a motion?
I'll move that we approve resolution 015
012.
2021, a development agreement.
Motion from Councilmember Paulson. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Councilmember Stubbs. Charlotte?
When, as you walked in today, after Rob went through and reviewed, he caught a couple of changes. They're not going to change a lot of things. It's not like we would need to change an ordinance or anything, but on your one-page sheet that was on your desk as you sat down, you will see that they provided me the information for both the private side of things and the public. And on our development agreement, what we're really after is making sure that the public improvements and the public streets are resurfaced. We strongly encourage that they put the surface treatment on after their development is done, but it's the private part we would not require in the development agreement. So we need to change I need to strike the part on page 2 right at the bottom of 1.1.3, where it says total seal coat fee. We would strike out that part that talks about private streets. We would say 7,505.04 public streets, and then we would strike the total of 17,967.36, because while we would strongly encourage them to do this, it's the public infrastructure. That's up to them and their homeowners association, how they're going to take care of the private infrastructure. And then the other change is on page 3, and it's in 1.3. And we need to strike from or with the final phase of the project, whichever is sooner. So the line would read, the developer also agrees to extend and or loop water mains as required to provide adequate fire flows. And then a new sentence would say from the meter to and throughout the development shall be owned and maintained by the developer and their assigns. Because I read that sentence, for some reason I wrote that sentence 1.5 times and it just didn't work out right. So what they're going to be responsible for their maintenance is from the meter and throughout the development. That's the private part of the water line that they are responsible for. So those are the two changes. I just needed to separate public out.
Question, so we're talking about the developer here. The developer will be gone. Who follows that? The assigns? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
That'd be the homeowners association.
Yes.
The assigns there.
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize for that, and I thank Rob for catching that for me.
On a side note, I wish we had more requiring the developers to put in nicer streetlights as we see all these developments coming. How we doing, Ron?
Well, you might like to speak to that because he does have a different plan for the interior of his development.
Oh, well, I'm
Because it
just
would be
saying,
private inside.
I'm just saying, as we see all these developments coming, and I just wanted, and I think it doesn't hurt to ask the developers to put in something more substantial than. Remember we talking about this before? I'll just bring it up again.
Mayor, Nick Porter is here as representing the developer. Nick Porter is the developer and he is here if you do have questions for him.
Nick, you want to talk about lights?
Nick Porter, Champlain Development. Yeah, it's funny, streetlights are kind of a hot topic, actually, because a lot of the people that live in our projects want to see like the night sky and like this dark environment. And so we get people complaining that the streetlights like shine into their bedrooms and they don't like that. What we're planning to do on our project is put a lamp post in everybody's yard in the corner. It's more of a quaint, it does light up the streets. Gives it more of a European feel. So that's what we're planning on doing.
That's what we have in our neighborhood, but it's kind of nice because when they're all on, it's really cool, but because they're individually switched, right? All of those
Ours aren't.
Oh, okay.
They're all
Okay, because it works. I've only seen it's like that rare day when they all come out at the same time and it works. But other than that, it's spotty and it doesn't.
Yeah, I agree with that. If you give them control, it'll be hit and miss. We just take that away and it all comes on together.
Right, Christina?
I want them in all the neighborhoods.
And 5 in her front yard. How does that
I
sound?
got one in my finger. All right.
So Josh, if you wouldn't mind amending your motion to include the changes that we discussed, I would appreciate that. And I apologize
That's okay. So
for those changes.
I would like to amend my motion to go ahead and include the changes as Scarlett has outlined in 1.3. And what was the other one?
1.1.
1.1.3. Okay. Is that sufficient?
That's great. Thank you.
And whoever seconded has to approve the original motion. That's correct. He walked away. Can we get another second?
Yes.
Councilmember Seeley seconds. All right, so we have an amended motion. Any further questions for Scarlett? Any discussion, comments? Any questions for Nick? Hearing none. We have a member absent, but we'll call for a vote anyway. All in favor of approving resolution 012-2021 development agreement for Ballard Springs subdivision? Say aye.
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 Any nays? Passes. Let the record show that Councilmember Stutz stepped out, but nevertheless, the vote was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. We'll share
It was a
with us.
side comment to Carrie. It
I
was
got it.
a joke. Wasn't intended for everybody.
Doesn't have anything to do with sewage system.
It did have something else to explain. Potty humor.
Okay, all right, let's go ahead and move on. All right, let's talk fiber tonight. Item number 11, rates and fees. Resolution 015-2021, Providence City Council will consider and may take action on a resolution establishing user rates for the proposed fiber optic communications network. Do I have a motion?
I will make a motion. I'd like to make a motion. Well, did I say the resolution?
Councilmember Seeley is going to make a motion.
I need to reference.
Reference the resolution, yeah. 012-2021. I'm sorry, 015-2021, establishing user rates for fiber optic network.
I'd like to make a motion establishing user rates. Resolution 015-2021 for the fiber optic network
Rates as outlined in the PPP, specifically the utility fee for all residents, will be set at $10 a month. The network refresh fee will be set for $7 per month for all subscribing residents at both 250 megabits per second and 1 gigabit per second. The network operator fee will be set at $20 per month for all subscribing residents at both 250 megabits per second and 1 gigabit per second. The city infrastructure fee will be set at $15 per month for 250 megabits per second. And the city infrastructure fee will be set at $21 per month for 1 gigabit per second. All city fees will be collected by the city, including the network operator fee. And I would like to see the utility fee and the network refresh fee as a single line item on the utility bill.
All three of those, right? The 10, the 15, the 7 for
all years.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Clear?
Discussion or
This one's Ryan's, yeah.
I will support whatever the council decides. I have had some concern on the ISP side and request from them to include the network operator in their fee and for them to collect. But at this point, I support whatever the council will move forward to.
So you were speaking to one of the internet service providers and you said they charge the $20 regardless of what we charge?
That is what they indicated to me, is that they would charge the $40 gig service. That was what they were interested in. They would charge $40. That's what they charge elsewhere. And
Includes the $20 network operator.
Elsewhere under Utopia model, it does. That's what they shared with me. So I have shared that with you. But we will support wherever the council chooses to go on that.
So I have a question. I love Janelle's motion, all except the network operator fee being collected by the city. I feel like we want to attract ISPs, and I feel that the risk to have the ISPs collect is minimal. And although we're not trying to do the Utopia model, it's a proven method of collection. Is it possible to vote on and approve all of the rest of her motion and then just discuss that portion?
Are you asking me? That would be, yeah, sure. You can approve portions and then have another portion approved. Or you can amend your motion if you want to do that. That's, I think there's a lot of
Janelle
options.
feels pretty strongly about that portion. But I really want to create a competitive environment with the ISPs.
If you want to be competitive, I would imagine there are a number of people that, especially the people who are really enthusiastic about fiber. And by the way, and everybody I talk to says the same thing. When they talk to neighbors, they say they're in favor of fiber. They're not just in favor of fiber, they're enthusiastically in favor of fiber. I was talking to Kathleen earlier and she said the same thing. She goes, wow, people are just over the top. I do think most of these people are really enthusiastic or sophisticated, and they will probably go look and compare. And so they're going to look at Utopia's website. And if Utopia says it's this price, then they're going to say, well, you know, what is it? What am I paying on the Providence side? So if we've got Sumo or one of the other internet service providers that are already collecting the internet service fee and we're collecting it too, I know we're double collecting it there. It doesn't make any sense. To the extent that we can look comparable across, you know, various cities that are, whether they're Utopia or you know, non-Utopia cities, whether they're in Utah or not, we're competing in that realm. I mean, it's not going to happen here in our city that way, but to the extent that our residents can say, this is how it compares, and hey, it looks pretty darn good. It's comparable to what this city and Utah's residents are paying, then it makes sense. Otherwise, they're gonna come back to us with questions. So why is the city billing me this on my utility? What I'd like to be able to say is you're gonna get a utility bill that's gonna get charges. If you want internet, if you want phone, if you want content, whatever that content is, whatever the packages are, you go to Sumo, you go to Strata, you go to whoever. And they set up, they arrange everything, they flip the switches, they do all the work, they do all the billing. I mean, we're just a utility, that's it.
So Mayor, I just have to, you asked your comments just to, I just want to verify, we can amend these fees and rates sometime in the future. I think that's important for people to realize, as this rolls out and we look at the model, we might reassess, and go ahead and do stuff. So I don't want to experience paralysis because we can't agree on a few things. The second one being is we didn't have public comment because of the items on the agenda, and we've heard a lot of public comment on this, but I know we have some people that are here too, and they took the time to be here. I'd at least like to hear what they have to say if they're here on this particular topic. I don't know, but I suspect they might be, and I'd still like to hear from them. So,
okay, so you invited them and they're here?
I have not invited them. They look like great people. I'm sure they're smiling under their masks, and they have something to say. I'd just like to hear it. So.
I think they're smiling under their masks. It's hard to tell these days.
Well, Candy always has a smile on, so that's got to be the case.
Come on up, Candy.
I'm not sure I'm technically.
Can you use the microphone here? We'd be happy to. Grab the mic. There you go.
I'm here
Can you introduce
because,
yourself?
yes, I'm Candy Bertram. And I'm here because I want to know more about this fiber optics. And I wanted to hear a simplified version of the bottom line cost to people in town. I mean, you just itemized this amount for that, $10 in here, $7, whatever, and how it interfaces with the ISPs, which I presently have, and I'm not a wide internet user. I mean, I have my phone, I have my laptop, and I have Netflix. I mean, I have some streaming. That's about all I do. And a lot of people are more sophisticated, I know, in their technical usage. So for someone like me, just an ordinary person, that's just trying to stay current, what's the bottom line price for this fiber optics highway that's coming in to our valley that people are going to tap off? Is that a correct way to look at it?
Are you talking about the cost for the city, the cost to the
No.
individual? It depends on what.
She cares about I don't care about me.
Can I answer that? I would love to answer that. So the 3 tiers that are being offered offer different service levels. And the way the billing structure works, the $10 utility fee provides a 5 megabits to 1 megabit ratio of service to every resident in the city.
What does that mean?
So just to give you an example to work from, my brother lives in Provo. He received this free service from the Provo fiber optic, and he's 30, and he and his wife are both doing graduate programs, and they stream things. They're very tech savvy. They do all the things, and it's sufficient for their needs. They have everything that they need. They can stream a show off Netflix. They can do their internet and their email. They can do web browsing, smartphone, all of those things for that amount of bandwidth of data.
Okay.
Now, if you chose to increase that amount of bandwidth to 250 or 1 gig, then you would increase what you're paying. So every resident will be offered the 5.1 at $10 a month.
Okay, and the increase, if I could just interject a question. The increase would add services plus speed to your service?
Well,
the speed is sufficient on the first, the $10 a month.
So if you're using Netflix and you're streaming video, 5 megabit is probably not fast enough. It may be.
Depends how many devices you're streaming to. You're streaming,
She's just talking about
streaming to
herself.
her own self. You could
It's only
stream
gonna be
one
one-
show. It would be adequate to
Okay,
stream a show.
that's good to know.
If
I
you're
didn't
gonna
know that.
stream a different show to 5 iPads and 3 TVs in your house, it would not be sufficient. But if you're streaming one show to one device, it should be sufficient.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, and it is for her brother.
It is for my brother. and his
That would
family.
be $65.
I would rather
No,
too.
that would be.
That's $10.
$10.
That's $10.
So Candy,
Oh,
if it's the basic service,
Yes,
it's $10.
okay.
And that's offered to any resident. And where can you get $10 from Comcast or any of the other?
No, I know you can't. And so that sounds good to me. I like that. I mean, I like the whole fiber optics futuristic view.
Good.
It's just, I want to know if I can afford it and still eat and stuff.
So I believe she will save money, correct?
Yes,
have
I will.
Comcast.
I will save money for what I use.
Yeah.
And then, so that's the first option. Then there are two more that add. Could you explain the other two options
So all of the fees that we just
in layman's language?
listed out.
Yeah.
There's a network refresh fee that covers like improvements to the fiber optic system over time. There's a network operator fee, which gets added on that takes care of the operation of the system. And none of those things go on unless you
Upgrade.
upgrade.
So the city pays those.
City
unless-
pays those, so those will be billed
Okay,
on the
I
city's
didn't-
utility bill.
Okay.
And then the internet, TV, streaming, voice over IP, all those things would be add-on services that each individual would choose from the ISP provider of their choice. And so you would price those pieces individually as you shopped for the services that you want.
Great.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I don't think it's going to. You've got, it's gonna have a little bit different environment. So for $10, you will have a modem and you'll have a connection in your house. But for $10, you're not getting Netflix.
No,
you
you
still have
pay
to
your
pay your
Netflix
Netflix.
subscription. You still pay
There
your
you go.
Netflix.
That's what I thought. I wanted clarification on that.
So,
So
for
that's a
example,
service
we
that
have
you pay for.
Netflix.
So I have to go to an ISP for that.
No, you have to go to Netflix. So you pay
No.
$10 a month to Netflix?
You already
See,
pay
I'm
$10 a month for Netflix,
I think it's 17 a month.
or 17 a month, but you're already paying Netflix. You have a
Wait,
subscription.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're already
That's
paying
true.
that.
So all that she gets is an internet connection. What you need is a box. We have an Apple TV box. Okay, and we have chosen to include Netflix. So we
I
have,
see. Okay.
so the box is
I
$100.
told you I wasn't really
Okay.
versed in
So
this.
all you have is an internet connection from the city. That's it.
Okay.
So when you have that Apple TV or Roku, then you can add Netflix. We also have
I have a
Curiosity Stream
Roku.
and History Channel and all that. But all we're paying is the $13.99 or whatever to Netflix.
Okay.
But those are
So
things
that's-
you're already paying for. You're already paying for Netflix if you have it and
above her ISP.
over and above your
So
ISP.
you,
That's true. Okay.
You're asking great questions and
I
questions.
don't know
that
if I
people-
am, but I
You're
am
doing a
getting
great
good, I'm
job.
getting good answers.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Okay, I understand better.
I think it's nice to put. So, you walking.
Is that her sister?
Her sister is the one with the email. Sister-in-law.
Oh,
That's
All right.
Candace.
Candace, she's on Zoom.
Come on up.
All right. Enough. All right.
yeah, so the Candace is walking, or Candace is walking around a lot. It's a little confusing.
Yes, sir.
They're walking and I drive in the car to pick them up in a half hour later.
Yeah.
That's
Can you introduce yourself for us?
Scott Tyre.
Hey, Scott,
I have a question.
name in the face. Now I made the connection.
Okay, thank you. What I've heard here is that I will be paying $10 more if I maintain the same basic services like Roku, Netflix, and others that I currently have.
Who do you have your internet connection from?
I have it with fiber, and it's off the dish, $40.
That'll be done.
Right. That would be my option, is to drop them, pick up the fiber for 10, but the other costs stay the same. Okay, you may have covered this in your website, and I'm sorry, I didn't read it. I tried to find your letter and I lost it.
Good, you should do it.
I will. Maybe this has been answered, but how do they get this to your house? Will they be digging up my new raspberry patch? How physically do you
I think
install
Ryan
it?
could probably answer that, but they use a device called they call it a missile.
They would.
That sounds awful.
Well-
Ryan, answer the question, please.
Missile?
Yes. Mayor?
You need to use the restroom.
It's a
I'm
direction-
full Army vet. A missile doesn't sound very
It's a
good.
directional bore. They would use a directional bore.
Directional board.
It would be directional bore, so they have the technology to be able to directionally bore and move that that device so that it goes right where it's supposed to go. It's not gonna explode. Yeah, yes, correct.
Like a torpedo.
Didn't use either one of those terms. I use directional boring.
All right, thank you.
World's best home teacher. Right there.
Anyone else like to, Kathleen?
Kathleen Alder. I just want to congratulate the mayor and the council and the staff for putting all this fiber thing together. We absolutely need that in our town. I think it adds such an economic benefit and gives people the message that in Providence, we know how to treat our citizens and we take care of them. And so I just want it to be positive. I have heard some negative things and letters to the editor and things like that make it sound like it's a bad thing. I think it's a wonderful thing. And if COVID has taught us anything, it's that we need a bigger pipeline for more data. And I just can't even imagine having 4 or 5 kids trying to do their schoolwork and parents trying to telecommute from home and trying to make that work, because with my connection, just me, I have to wait for a movie that I'm watching to buffer. So I can't even imagine having a bunch of other people trying to access work and school on that. So I just want to congratulate everyone to say, this is an awesome thing. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
On that note, there are legitimate questions brought up about Provo and what happened in Provo. Ryan did an excellent job, did some research, got the rest of the story, wrote an excellent article that was in the newsletter. And I think that addresses a lot of people's concerns about how it played out in Provo. But the bottom line was there's huge economic benefit to Provo in the Provo area. By the way, I had lunch with Mayor Dustin Nibley, mayor, and one of the hot topics he wanted to talk to me about was fiber, and they're chomping at the bit. And Ryan, did you hear from their public works director?
The finance director, he was,
No, I'm talking about Nibley now.
oh no, I haven't heard it.
Yeah, we need to talk to him. Nibley wants to move forward. And if Nibley does, we can share a hub, and there's substantial savings to the city, both cities.
I really liked Carrie's suggestion about maybe voting on the piece except for the,
Can we put that up on the screen? Because
I don't know if other people, Carrie's suggestion would move along and at least vote on the piece of it. Is it-
I don't know what the piece is.
Oh, everything but the inclusion of the network operator fee in the ISP. That's what I understood. Did I?
There was another component.
That was just the only part that I was uncomfortable.
Right. There was
And
another,
I feel the same way.
there's another component Ryan recognized in that once we reach a certain threshold of take rate, that the $10 goes away. Maybe we want to consider that, or
I feel like we could consider that later on. That's what I'm saying, is we can adjust those rates. Like, we don't want to overtax anybody. So as soon as I would love to see that discussion happen, but I think that happens after we.
Some other council will get a pat on the back when they take away that basic $10 fee,
So just,
which we anticipate
So-
at some point in
so
the
you're
future.
you're
but-
young enough, run again. All right, yeah.
I got a question. Ryan and I talked about some exclusions on the $10 fee. Is this the time to bring those up? Is this time to discuss that?
Or can we do another motion for that?
At that point, if you want to take it piecemeal, you could take on that, and that could definitely be a motion to add to it as you go. I mean,
I
that
would
would,
like to talk about
that would be an individual motion for itself.
Tonight, later on, or another day?
No, I would say tonight.
We can do another
Later on.
motion on the same agenda item.
Okay,
And we can discuss that separately from the rates.
all right.
So,
So does Janelle need? to
Janelle, I
amend her
wasn't
motion?
clear. Did you also talk about the rates for the 250 and the gig?
Yes.
So, okay,
I
because I didn't
basically,
follow.
I read the table, basically.
Okay, so it is.
But I broke down the fiber infrastructure.
Okay, so it is in there, got it. Okay, yeah, okay.
If you wanted to do that where she has a motion on the table, you would either vote the motion down in order to come back to a new motion, or you would amend the motion to come back and withdraw that piece out. So where there is a motion on the table, you'd probably need to act somehow on that, either through an amended motion or through withdrawing that motion and coming to a new motion. So
Are you willing to amend it? Or
You guys can slow it down and make it easy. And I'm fine with that.
So where are we at?
then I think it sounds like a vote, call for a
Want
vote.
to discuss the, shall we continue with her motion and then just discuss the ISP first at the same time? I mean, are we making this too difficult?
Well, one way or the other, one side's gonna collect the
Well, I would like to hear Janelle's.
ISP fee. Ryan's recommendation is let the staff figure out when.
But
we're
we can
supposed-
approve a piece and then we can discuss the next.
Okay. I'm just here to-
I'll show you my thoughts. Don't worry.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, so we take a vote and then do another motion.
So,
Well, no, she'd amend.
She doesn't want to amend.
She doesn't want to.
Just take a vote as it is.
so, but do we have a second on her motion?
Yeah.
Unamended?
seconded it.
Unamended, okay.
Yeah.
Unamended, okay. So we want to call for a vote and we'll cover that and then we could come up with another motion. Different, okay. We have a motion on the table that says the city collects the $20 in addition to the 10 and the rates that are on the resolution here. Are we excluding and the 65% for
Yeah, that
different
wasn't
day?
part of the motion.
Okay, got it. All right. So can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Okay, motion fails. All right. So let's start back to square one.
Okay, so
do
I'll
we have-
make a motion.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That we have the fiber infrastructure fee for the basic $10, the standard $25, and the premium $31. The network refresh rate for just those who subscribe, so with the standard and premium for $7. The network operator fee is not part of my motion, but I would like to see those on the same line for the utility billing. So my motion is to get through those first two parts.
I'll second that.
Motion, council member Burke, a second from council member Smith. We have a motion on the table. Everybody clear on it? Further discussion? Gonna call for a vote. All in favor of Carrie's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Unanimous. Okay. We covered that. You got that down?
Okay.
All right, let's move on to another related issue for discussion. Brent, you brought something up.
Well, I'm concerned still with the $10 fee in relation to some individuals. And I would propose that maybe people 75 or over who do not have a computer, laptop, iPad, so forth in their home be exempt from the $10 fee. I would also like to propose that anybody who qualifies for heat assistance through BRAG not be charged the $10 fee.
Can you make that a motion? And
Yeah, can you,
if you make it a motion, then I think we can.
Okay,
so we
Can I
got Bragg and we
make a
got what
comment
else?
about it?
what's that?
Bragg and what else?
Well, okay, I make a motion that any person 75 and over who does not have a computer, laptop, iPad, so forth in their home that would be, or smartphone that would be using the system be exempt from paying the $10 fee.
What about a television? What about a high definition TV?
High definition TV would have to be a part of that. Well,
I don't have, I'm not opposed to that,
So
but how do you prove
how do we
that? You
confirm
go in
that?
and
Yeah.
inspect their homes? Not sure.
no, I guess they would have to come in and identify themselves. Otherwise, they'd receive the $10 charge.
Yeah, or sign a statement, so it
Sign a
would be,
statement
but then it's on their honor.
And then what if it changes and their kids come over and
What if they have
I don't know.
Comcast and
I mean,
they're just
it's
gonna sign
problematic.
something saying, I don't want to pay?
If they have a waiver, we would have the fiber dark, so they can't use it.
Here's the thing, my disclaimer, I have these weird blood sugar things on me, eat and drink. Are we talking, no,
TMI.
are we talking about the waiver, like if people can't pay? I like Ryan's idea of if they qualify for BRAG.
I like that.
And he
too.
mentioned that.
I like that idea.
That seems so like
Objective.
perfect.
That's part of what Brent said.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
one is age and two is brag. Those are the two things he's
Can we
proposed.
just make that one motion on Bragg only for exemption and then have further discussion beyond that?
Sure, we can do that.
Can you amend it? We'll get
But
past
let's
the
listen
Bragg
to
part.
Why not?
Kathleen Alder, I just think that for right now, for you to try to set individual conditions is going to be really tough. I think if you make some kind of a decision that says, we'll consider individuals and then make sure that we understand what the criteria is for BRAG.
It's listed on their website. It's pretty
Is it?
clear.
Okay. Then you've got a criteria, then you're not putting an age on it because there are people that qualify that may not have or have computers and all those kinds of things, but if you get too specific, it's a problem.
I think you had two different conditions. One, it wasn't if and, it's an or.
One or the other.
Either one of them could qualify as the exemption. That's
Can we
how I
make a
understood it.
motion that just addresses the Bragg criteria, and we can vote on that, and then see if we can get a second.
Okay, let's do that.
All right.
First off, I will make a motion that we give exemption to any individual or household that qualifies under the BRAG requirements for heat assistance.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Speth, second from Councilmember Kirk to allow an exemption for those that have qualified under Bragg.
Just as a clarification, we would ask for them to submit that from BRAG. They would have that. So that's just a clarification. That's my
And
understanding.
that would be good. A verification, yes,
Okay, you okay with
a verification. yes.
Okay,
Yeah, for the months they could verify that. So I don't know if BRAG does that for a 6-month period or not.
okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. Can I call for a vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor of Brent's motion for the Bragg exemption.
Amen. Yes.
Are we ready to go home?
Hey, man, I agree. That's what it means.
Is that nay or? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, all right, now further discussion.
We need to talk about the network operator fee. That needs to be,
Did you want to take Brent's second one or go to the operator one?
oh, sorry, Brent.
Well, I still, I guess, if they have any type of device in their home that would benefit from fiber, I just know there's elderly people who do not have a computer in their home. I'm sure they have a cell phone. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. In fact, this one lady I know, she doesn't have a cell phone. I'm just trying.
We have internet to get a voice over IP phone. It's hard to find a landline phone anymore, isn't it?
I haven't tried.
I don't know.
We
Are
have
we
one.
in?
We have one. I have one.
The old one. It's the old one.
Yeah, I
So this
have
is
internet.
through like Centrally.
Yeah.
Brent, could we
If it's
pin?
provided through Centrally, probably.
I,
voice over IP.
I think there will be some special needs, but can we pin it until they come up, until they surface?
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Maybe we can't specify in our decision-making who would qualify for that.
I
But-
think this should come before a grievance committee, and I'm happy to sit on the grievance committee for however long.
And I am too. I'd like to hear, I think we'd like to hear from people that are having
Yeah,
problems.
I
support that.
agree.
Let's form a grievance committee.
Yeah,
And
I'd like
appoint
to
you
hear
two.
from people that are having trouble with it. To see if they, we've got to.
Let's call it the compassion committee, though. Grievance sounds so, you know.
But we represent everybody,
I agree.
and some people need to be heard.
Well, let's do that for now and see how it goes. But even if I'm not on the council, I'm happy to sit on the grievance committee.
So I'd make a motion to that effect that along with this, we form a grievance committee with 2 council members and a member of the city staff. But I do like calling it the compassion committee.
We can change it if in a year or two we're having trouble. We can make a
And say
change.
we're not doing grievance.
Yeah.
So here's my grievance. I have Comcast, and I have everything I want, just the way it is. I don't want to pay the $2.
That's not a grievance.
No, that's not a grievance. It's if you have a real absolute situation.
I'm 93. I don't use a cell phone. I don't use a computer. My kids want to teach
I
me,
think
but I say
capacitated,
heck no.
yeah.
May I make a recommendation rather than that? I think that we need to make sure that we have specific criteria and maybe the committee that you create now is a committee to work on those criteria rather than a committee that does it. But maybe that way, because then maybe we get into that and it's too complicated and we don't, maybe the committee decides, hey, that committee's great, maybe it's not, but maybe you create a committee in investigative committee to identify that.
Are we accepting motions? I'd like to make a motion that we form a compassion committee on due. Dead serious, yeah, to receive grievances.
It's not a waiver, right?
Um,
Waiver committee?
No, I really do. I think we should call it that because I think it sounds way better. And formed by 2 council members to go ahead and look at possible parameters for exceptions. You can call it a parameter committee. But it's not very
So we have a motion from Councilmember Paulson to create a parameter.
sure.
Did you want the staff, want me on there
And a staff.
at my appointment?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. 3-member committee, 2 council members. We have council members who want to volunteer. Anyway, we have a motion, we have a second with Councilmember Paulson's.
Second.
Okay,
For Brent.
second from Councilmember Spath. Can I call for a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Unanimous. Okay, we have a parameter committee.
Compassion.
Compassionate Parameter Committee.
We hear you, committee.
All right.
Got it, yeah.
I was in charge.
Did you say anything?
All right, okay. So we have one other fiber. Are we done? Go on to the
We
next
need to
fiber.
talk about the network
Let's
operator.
talk about the network operator fee.
Brian?
I would first start with saying that the comparison is, and I know that we're not utopian, our model's different, but just as a point of reference, more than anything else, it is my understanding that Utopia charges the ISPs $22.50, and that money is remitted back to Utopia, and that is what they're using as the operator fee. Ours has been proposed at $20 is what we would pay to our operator. So that is what it is. I have, as I've mentioned before, you know, it's consistency and that has been asked for by me, that has been asked of me, and I am the avenue to give that to you. So I am doing that through the avenue. I have asked them, the ISPs I've talked to, I've asked, which would you prefer, and does it matter? And so I'm bringing that back. That's what they indicated, that they would rather it be billed to them, that they would bill it and then remit it. So that is what I'm sharing and passing back to you.
My opinion on that is one of perception, honestly. I think there would be some misunderstanding with residents. You know, I'm charged $10 on my, on my city bill. I'm charged, $32.50, because they're a subscriber and they're paying a network operator another one. I think we're going to have people that are expecting to see a $10 fee on their bill, and that's what I want them to see. And everything else.
Well,
Well, I know we'll publish that, but I think we proved that people aren't going to read those things. I think you're going to look at their bill from the city and see it. So that's my feeling.
It's a whole new realm. I mean, the city's going to charge part of it regardless of any combination. And the ISP, they're going to get two bills that they didn't get before.
Yeah, that's, I think I've said my position.
But even still, they're not gonna see a $10 fee because we just adopted basic as 10, standard as 32, and premium as 38. So the question is are they gonna see 10 and 52 and 58? Are we going to collect the $20 operator fee? Or are we gonna let the ISP collect that and then pay it back to us so we can pay Strata?
I want to hear because it sounds like you're in favor of the other one. I'd love to hear.
Well, first of all, I don't think we need a pass through. Like, why wouldn't we just collect it ourselves? Because we're already billing them. Why do we need to have the ISP collect something to pay back to us for us to pay?
I think the ISPs would say, to be in a competitive market, they have price points that they try to hit in terms of a market study. They've done a market study and perception is everything. And they're thinking, we need to be within this price point here. And we have to have perceived value. Here's our marketing campaign that we have for this price point. And they have to adjust all of those things if we're operating differently than the market is, because it's $20 lower.
So as a bottom line though, when someone subscribes, Strata has provided this in a portal that it's also required by like federal code, that when someone signs up for internet, that they can see the entire price of what their service is going to cost them, right? So they're going to see the $40 that's being proposed by the ISP, and then they're going to see, our 32 or our 38 or whatever, and then a bottom line of 65 or 75 or whatever it is that they've chosen, right? So my question is what is the difference from a marketing study point of view? If they see that their bottom line is 65, what difference does it make if their part lists 20 and the city's part lists?
So the issue is that they're competing for the subscriber, and in competing for the subscriber, they're going to publish a price, and that price has to look market competitive with everything else that's out there. Both Comcast and All Eyes. Sorry, I'll just finish if that's okay. Both existing ISPs, Comcast, which is going to be publishing their same rate, and the ISPs that are coming onto our network. And they're very used to having a comparative market rate. And not what's on the bill, but what they're publishing. I know people are going to be on the bill and they're going to add them up, and that's going to be okay. But how they market that, what they have, I see their point. They want a price that's uniform in terms of model with other things that they deal with in the industry.
Ryan, I got a question. If you go to one of the internet service providers' websites, you tell them you're going to quote a price. Right? So they would have to quote a price. Here's our price, except you live in Providence, Utah.
Yes. I can see what they're doing. It would drive me crazy if I had to do that. Like, they're just exceptions. So I get why they want to do it. I also, to your point, yeah, it's not going to be 25. It's going to be 52.50 or
We're not
whatever
going
it
to say,
is.
you know, special provision for Providence. We'll say, this is our price. So their price is going to include $20.
Either way.
The only thing I can see concerned about pass-throughs, I would be like, I don't want an ISP to go bankrupt and owe us a bunch of money, you know, and not
Right,
pass it
exactly,
through.
because
Or-
we're on the hook to Strata. We have to pay that bill.
Right.
And we have to have a way to collect that.
Right.
And the contracts as they are written do not specify that we are going to be collecting that. They don't specify things like accounting for the collection of that.
Well-
They are in the contract, the service provider, the ISP contract as it currently stands, says that they can collect for retail services that they provide, such as internet, TV. You know,
They're not going to charge you different
Those
price
choices.
other than what their website currently is. They're going to charge Providence customers the same. The price they're going to charge is $20. And then the city's going to charge $20 too.
So I think you brought one example up here, and
So I just pulled it up.
you just pulled one, and maybe
It
it's
was
gonna
the
be
first
here for
alphabetically.
several of them. You know, several ISP, they didn't say the reasons why, they just said they prefer this, right? They didn't give us any, I'm speculating why they would have said that.
I think you're very, very accurate on some, and others is true or not. The idea was it's easier for me to collect 37 than 17 because it shows more value. But it is optics that, yes, that it's a perceived value that's what they indicate. So this one is not Utopia based. If you come back to Utopia, they have the different ones combined and show them as a comparison. But if you click to it, this is their website branded for them for Utah, and they have, these are what the prices are. They do say Utopia fee, and that would be kind of residential. That's what so Utopia bills that. And so that's their transparency. But I just picked
That's Janelle's proposal there, they tack it on. Is that what I'm understanding?
well, this is,
Required.
they're required to be transparent on this one, yes. But the ISP agreements, none of those have been adopted, and you haven't voted on as council. We have, I have distributed drafts to some of these to get their feedback if they have other changes, because I think they will. I just because we had one ISP present, I think it'll be good to have multiple that can give us some feedback, because they'll want to have other things. And I've gotten some comments back. I haven't been through all of their comments, but at that point we will look to have some modification of that ISP agreement. It isn't complete.
Plus $30 penalty or network operator fee.
No, this would be plus the city fee,
The language says.
Providence City fiber fee, fiber infrastructure
I don't
fee.
know if
Providence
I
City.
want my name on, I don't know if I want my name on the website, it's the Providence City fiber fee. I also the same reason, infrastructure fee, also the same reason I don't like to buy an airline ticket and then find out like it's this plus this plus this. I kind of just want to know what it'll cost.
And there will be two different bills, but this is showing whatever the city bill was. What we're talking about is inside of this 37, does the $20, which is currently in there, should it stay in there or not? And will they advertise differently? The $30, I mean, we're comparable at that point, whether it's $30, we can call it something else, fiber fee. I mean, but if they sign up on Providence City, that fee that you've adopted for the 250 that is the 31 for 250 and 38 for gig, that's what this is.
That's gonna be listed there.
That's what that number is. So that they can know when they sign up that they have both sides of the transaction. We're saying, hey, this is the two sides of the transaction. The question at hand isn't this $30, it's this number. And whether it's included and whether they're going to justify and say, oh, for Providence, we'll only charge 17, but for Utopia, we're going to charge 37.
Another thing to consider also is that at this time, we have contracted with Strata to be our network operator, and they've set their network operator fee at $20. If we didn't maintain with them, or if we ended up changing network operators, we don't know what their fee is going to be. And so then all of our billing changes. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't get the same. If they're saying it's 40 and then we come back and say, okay, well, it has to be 30, then they're going to start raising the prices to match that. I mean, we would have to raise that price on our own end if we had a different operator fee.
So Janelle and I agree on almost everything. This is like our first big head butt.
And that's okay. You don't have to agree with me, but I just want you to know what my.
Well, and you
opinion is
suggested
about
not a
it.
$20 fee in your initial, you said $21.50. Was that your?
No.
You said 20.
I said 20.
20.
Okay.
20.
But I just feel like, number one, I want to create a competitive environment, and I want ISPs to want to work with us and not be like, should we, shouldn't we? They want us to be an exception. They want us to do this differently. But I also think the perceived value is so important. And I feel like the risk is minimal. There's proof of concept because this is the way that Utopia is doing it. They're getting their monthly fees from the internet service providers. And so although it may feel risky because the ISP could go under, there's still proof of concept that it works well this way. And they're doing it that way for a reason. And so I feel like we have to learn from successful models.
Ryan, I have a question. We had a gentleman on the phone earlier, Mitchell. Is it possible that he's still on?
He is on.
We could invite him to comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you
Thank
go.
you, thank you. These are all great questions. I live it every day. And I can tell you unequivocally, it's a lot better for the customer to see it all right up front on the ISP's bill as much as possible. We're going to remit the money. And there's also the duty of collecting it. You don't want those burdens. If at all possible, let your ISP partners who have that billing relationship collect the bulk of the money so everybody can see what they're paying and they're not later confused and scratching their heads. One of the problems we have in Utopia is people see what they think is a really great low price, but then they're getting a $30 bill from Utopia also. And eventually, and we try to make it clear on our website, and we tell them, but people don't always see that. They see, hey, this is a great deal. It's, $50, but at the end of the day, it's $80 because there's another 30 coming to them. In this case, it would be billed separately. So I would encourage you to as you build the foundation for this incredible venture, to take the time and think about letting the ISPs do the heavy lifting of collecting the bulk of that charge and have it approximate the true cost as much as possible. So that would be my 2 cents on, allowing the ISPs to help in collecting those resources and remitting them. So there's that. Any other questions?
Can I ask how the billing is done? Just for my own clarification, where you said they are billed twice, right? They're billed by you and they're billed by Utopia, where it's completed and you remit the $30 to Utopia.
Right, we pay the transportation fee to Utopia. So they charge us as an ISP for riding that network. And that's that local transportation role that Strata is going to play here. And that's, money that we would be paying. Currently, that's $31. I saw a 25 and a 31, but maybe those are being raised. In Utopia's case, we pay that we call that a local transportation fee. And I would think of it in terms of the use of the network. The higher the speed, there's more use on the network. And you almost might think of it in terms of roads and the weight of vehicles. Heavier vehicles might pay a heavier tax, and the lighter vehicle would pay a lower rate. So 250 megabits versus gigabit. And there's a difference in the rate because of the impact on the network. So for the transport fee, it's true that you should charge more for the gigabit and less for the 250. And you're also correct that the 5 megabits will be sufficient for many people in streaming, and that $10 fee is going to be an incredible, opportunity for people to enjoy the internet that currently can't afford it at all or have never tried it. So to answer your question, we really do think that the fees should be collected by the ISP and remitted accordingly. So we're excited by the project. With a big elephant in the room, and I have to send you all an email on this, because it really is the case that open access by definition requires an independent, impartial third party to be the operator, and that's Strata's role in this. And the agreement clearly, that I've read the agreement, it clearly distinguishes Strata as that operator, but yet in the preamble, you'll see in my email, it also allows them to be the competitor. So I'm not going to be able to compete with somebody that's has the customer list and already has a 5 megabit relationship with that customer. It's just going to be natural that all the customers will flow to Strata, and that'll crowd out any real competition between ISPs, and what you're not creating is an open access network. And I think Strata is aware of that. We've had a talk today, and we're all kind of scratching our heads on how they would play that role at the same time and not be the final retail internet provider, but rather truly be the wholesale provider. So that's the dilemma that I think is the elephant in the room, if you would allow me to refer to it.
But I think
we're all good people, so we'll figure it out.
I think that's a different discussion and problem that I think we're working out to be able to say, how do we phase Strata out of the ISP? But this discussion is really about the rate. But you're saying, if I can summarize, you charge a bill, Utopia charges a bill, you remit a portion of your bill back to Utopia. It just bottom line, that is correct, is it not?
Yes, it is. That is correct.
Thank
you. The difference here is we have a third party player in the middle that the Utopia model does not have, and that's Strata.
Utopia does the operation.
So Utopia in this example is like Providence. Utopia operates the network and the infrastructure. All we're going to do is maintain is on the infrastructure. Strata is going to provide the network operator. So Utopia is both like the city and Strata all wrapped up into one.
At this point, they are yes.
There's my website right now. You can see the Utopia fiber fee is highlighted. So we try to let people know that that's coming, so it's no surprise.
So Mitchell, though, you guys are you eating credit card processing fee then? I mean, because you're remitting the full payment back to us, but I'm assuming city utility bills, I rarely pay mine with a credit card. You guys are, right, Mitchell?
We do have that as well.
I know I can, but
not just credit card, your express bill pay.
Yeah, we do try to set up a direct bill relationship, which is an ACH process and saves a lot of money for us, but we have a good rate with the banks. We do pay like 1.5% when they do use a credit card. In many cases, that is a cost, so it's true. But we try for the, the utility relationship where we can get it. So it's a reoccurring. These are lifetime relationships in many cases, and people understand that we're trying for an ACH direct pay relationship.
But there's a cost for collection. So if that collection burden can be shifted to the ISP,
But we already collect.
we already correct.
But it's a
But it's a percentage. It's a percentage, and it's it's a percentage on $25 versus $52. So.
Thank you. I appreciate your expertise and you being on the call or in the meeting.
I'm a little concerned that if we publish these rates, the $10 and the $37, whatever, $25 and $31, and then we say, oh, by the way,
Because some of the feedback that I've gotten from people is that all it's gonna be? And then another comment is, well, it's a monopoly, so you can just come along and change it like that. So right out of the chute, we're gonna tell them, we're gonna charge these rates, and then right out of the chute, we're gonna go, oh, by the way, there's another $20 on top of that. So then we're the bad guys.
So I'm less concerned about that because those are the $10, I think, is we told people for the
Right.
basic. And I think
Right.
people are going to expect to see that. The
Right.
25 and the 31, those are subscriber rates. So just like he showed on that table, it's going to be published there.
But people don't read that.
Well, when they're shopping here, I'm pretty sure in this instance, I think they will. Like,
You just heard him say that they don't. Mitchell, he said, people don't see that, and then they're surprised when they get that additional charge on there.
That's because they don't have to disclose it until they subscribe. So if they send out a mailer, it's gonna say 37 or 55 or whatever. But they have to have full disclosure when they actually sign on.
But then they're the
what
bad guys.
The
We're not the bad
transparency
guys.
of costs are going to be.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about being the bad guy that says, oh, by the way, there's another charge versus
Well,
them
there's-
being the
I
bad
want to be
guy.
the compassionate guy.
So that's me and Brad.
Oh, that's you guys. I can't be that. We're down here at this end.
I don't know. I just,
the bad guy.
I hear that from people and I hear them say, you know, if the city's gonna get into this, Brent, I'm sure you've heard it. If the city gets into it, then they can charge whatever they want, whenever they want. So right out of the chute, we're gonna tell them we're gonna charge more than we said we would charge. I don't know. I just don't want to create that kind of an
Do you have a
issue.
proposed solution for that?
Yeah, to let the ISP collect it.
Well, because we're talking about two different issues.
Talking about two different issues.
Okay.
There's gonna be two bills. There's gotta be two bills. How much of it is charged by
Right.
Providence and how much of it's charged by the ISP?
Right.
We gotta collect, the infrastructure one is for the bond. That is our
Right,
bond
that's
one.
the $10.
That, well, it's the 10 and the 25 and the 31.
Okay.
It's based on bandwidth. At that point, those are ours. If at this point, to match the other model is we're charging a similar rate that Utopia charges. They get two bills. That's how we separate off, keeping us and the ISP separate. The ISP can vary their bill, but ours would be set. And we're an extension of residence. So to charge more, I don't know why they would, I guess I don't understand the reason why you would do that. You charge what you needed for your bond and your debts and that, but it's not like it's another entity like Logan. It's not like Logan can charge whatever they want to us Providence residents. Well, when you charge yourself, you also have the money to yourself and it comes back to yourself.
But you hear what I'm saying.
I understand.
Mayor, could I make a motion that is a temperature check here to see if we've discussed it a lot. I'm just wondering if anyone. Well, no, I said that correctly, but I think we can make a motion. I think we can get 3 votes on it, I guess, and move this forward, but I don't know if you want to keep.
No, well, I mean.
I'd like to make a motion that within this fee structure that we allow the ISPs to collect the network operator fee and remit that to the city.
Paulson,
Second.
second from council member Kirk. Further discussion. You want to call for a vote on?
It's your call. You get to do that.
Let's go.
All
Not
right,
me.
the motion.
I know I've really been bossy, but that's your call.
The motioners want to call for a vote. You guys are, the other side's okay with the other side of the table?
Can I just make sure I'm a little clear? We have the transportation. Providence City is the transportation portion of this thing. We get the internet or the fiber optics to their house, the internet to their house. The ISP is the one that brings the goodie package to their house for the things that they want. Is that what I'm understanding? No. They bring the goodies. We just give them the road to get there.
That's right.
Okay, all right.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Can I call for a vote? All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
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 The 3 ayes.
What is it
Any
when
nays?
you can't decide? I abstain. Anyway.
Nay.
You can, okay, I have 3, well, I have 3 yays. I have a nay, and I have a,
I don't know.
okay, all right,
So
it passes.
that's great.
All right. Any other, we want a third or fourth issue to bring up? Or shall we call it a night?
Well, do we still have to?
Yeah,
talk
we've
about
got a
number
couple.
12?
Well, I don't think we're gonna cover those tonight, are we?
If I could take,
If you could explain.
2
what happened with
minutes.
this process.
I will be quick. I'll be quick. If that's all right, I'll just be quick on 13 and 14. We have done interviews. We have made conditional offers to the 2 candidates, and those conditional offers, they are deciding whether to accept or not. So I would ask a question. I can tell you who they are, but they haven't accepted, and so in a public meeting, I'm a little reluctant until they do that. But I think we have very good candidates. The question would be is how you would like me to proceed to get the advice and consent, and if I could do that either by sending out the resume and getting something back, or how you would want to give your advice and consent, because at this point the rule is city manager would hire the recorder and the treasurer with advice and consent of the council. So I want to be transparent and open about how to do that without having to call a special meeting simply to affirm those if you're okay.
So the
However you want to
council is
go.
required to affirm both of these positions by state code, right?
By city code, that is how city code is drafted, yes.
Well, by state code too, but state code, it's one of the duties that it delegated to the mayor. City code delegated this to Ryan, but the advice and consent part is in both codes. So either way you went, whether it was the mayor recommending or whether it's the city manager, the council weighs in on city manager, recorder, treasurer, city engineer.
So the question that Ryan has is, does the council want to?
How would you like to see, yeah.
You're being asked to consider for a recorder or.
You want
the
to,
others'
We
position.
go into executive session and talk about it.
Yeah, but that's, no.
So as far as I'm concerned, I think an email with an explanation of why you chose that person over the others and their resume. For me,
So-
that would be adequate.
So then we would make a motion and approve Ryan make that choice.
with the condition that you would get that.
And we would get from him next week.
I'm happy to proceed. I just want to proceed in the manner you want me to. We do have, our treasurer is leaving mid-April. Beth, yes.
So you need a motion to say that's how we'll proceed with those two?
Well, you need a motion if you want to do something other than, it just says take action. So what this does is it begs a motion with certain specifics. in. So we
Okay,
can, the council can make the specifics, whatever the council wants. to do.
I still don't understand why we don't go into executive session for 5 minutes.
We're not talking about individual personal performance. We're talking about filling.
But
the
it's an executive session for employee matters.
But it's for any
I mean, if we're
person's
gonna use
matters.
someone's name and if Ryan just wants to give us a quick synopsis of the person, wouldn't that be appropriate?
But at this point, I don't think he can tell you which person.
We don't have any
He can
alternate
tell you
discussion.
his preference. He can tell you the preference from the interview committee, right?
Maybe if we went to executive, I could tell you the professional competency of those individuals in which I would like to hire. I guess I could do that one because it would be the professional competency of those individuals, but you wouldn't be able to act in that capacity.
Well, and the other issue is executive session information. If we deviate there, some of that information should, if we talked about this issue, which is a policy change, that shouldn't be discussed in in executive session because that's a public matter. So
Right.
we have to come back out to go ahead and take action. So
Correct.
Just to clarify.
Yes,
So you can only talk about protected information in executive session, not.
that's absolutely correct. So, and maybe that's what we should do. So I might recommend going into executive. I'll tell you who they are and see how you feel, and if that's okay, then you could come out with that individual, knowing that, and then if you decided to, and you said, oh, well, if they accept, then we will reaffirm that individual. I guess you could do it conditional that way, I guess.
So we have two offers or just one?
I've made 2 offers.
We have two now.
So I'll make a motion that we move into executive session.
Motion to go into executive session. I have a second. Second from Councilmember Paulson. All in favor? All right, we're in executive session.
Okay, give me just a minute to redo the recording.